Welcome to the YellBro Road. I'm Jordan, and today we're going to go over actually an interesting question uh, and debate of according to Sabby Sabs, to shun or not to shun. Uh, I guess Zionists, I guess, is the idea. We'll find out more. Don't worry. But first, do not forget to share, support, hopefully donate to every link you see in the description box. Check them out, read them, share them, then donate. All of it is very much appreciated. Also, check out the Discord if you want to join that and talk some shit. And leave the Mandingo dick pics out of my Discord. That's all I ask for. I had to switch it up because someone called me out and or someone made me notice it a little bit more. But yes, check out all the links, please. Pause. All right, so I saw this video on Sunday, and it kind of tilted me when I first heard it. And Sabby's arguments with Cornel West were, to me, just dog shit. Very dog shit. But, hey, some days passed. I can't tell you what's going to happen here. Maybe I hear it again and I get fucking tilted. Maybe I keep it calm and still shit on Sabby for her dog shit take. But the thing she's talking about and why Cornel is on her show in this instance is because of an argument that Cornel and Norman Finkelstein had. I'll play it real fast. Here we go. I'll play it.
Child killers. I'm asking you, Cornel, do you feel
In the volume up.
that those students are obliged to be inclusive of child killers? I'm curious, because I know you're very inclusive. Maybe your tent stretches from here to the other side of the galaxy. Do you believe that they should be inclusive of child killers?
Yeah,
Cameras are homing in
that's
on
a hell of a way of characterizing it, though, because you see, part of the problem here, brother, is that, I mean, the history of religions, which has been, for the most part, the history of barbarism in terms of institutional religions, they have specialized in shunning people. And once you begin to shun, then the next step is dehumanization, subjugation, and you're just redoing the same cycle that you yourself were resisting from the very beginning.
I'm sorry, but I see no room to argue against that. I mean, hey, listen. If someone wants to argue against what Cornel West just said right there, but I would think you have to accept the idea that yeah, maybe you want to shun people, but it can lead down this road, and you should leave that as a heavy warning of okay, it leads to dehumanization, subjugation, and then eventually, I mean, already, but I guess quote unquote eventually, you will reflect the actions of the very thing you claim to be fighting against. And and I mean that actually, because if you break down the actions of, let's say, Israel Gaza, right? That's the big topic, and that's what kind of Norman's talking about, right? At the core of what they're doing, the problem is that they're killing innocent people in mass. Let's say Israel was fighting against Hamas. It only killed Hamas people. Would there be the same amount of people upset about this topic? Would the people that care about this topic, or let's say the people that would care about the topic regardless, would they be saying the same things about mass killings of innocent civilians? That wouldn't be there anymore, right? If they only strictly killed Hamas people. Now, for me, I'm going to complain about that. But for them, I think less so. Shout out to the Joker in The Dark Knight. So it really is very much contextual. To where you see these guys in the Israeli government or military, all right? And they take these people called Palestinians or Gazans or whatever, even Arabs or Muslims, something maybe dismissive as a term, And actually, it's like to take away the idea that they're someone's dad or mom or grandparent or child or sibling or friend or just the guy you saw get coffee every Monday because you got coffee every Monday. Don't know his name, don't know him, just a stranger. But all I see him do is drink some coffee. Doesn't seem like some evil person walking around, some demon. But that's what happens when you dehumanize, right? You can turn someone into a fucking demon, essentially, to where you feel in your own psychology that you are the judge, jury, and executioner because they are pure evil. But if you accept them as human, then you recognize that like they can fuck up, they can get things wrong, or they have the propensity to do evil, to do bad things. All of which can be tied to something human. Not foreign, not alien, not demon, human. And I think that's the overall point that Cornel West is going over. That these other dummies don't fucking understand. They don't get it. Which is why when the gates of hell open up, I want them in their little cubbies over there. Go play Play-Doh in the corner over there. Let the adults handle the demons coming through. I feel myself getting pissed off again already. I'm just saying.
Well, I
It bothers me.
I'd I also like to emphasize like this very same point that Cornel West is saying here. It's so important. It's why he come on the show. But this he said it so succinctly, and it means a lot. Like it really truly is the prerequisite for what is happening right now.
Oh yeah.
Because I I've seen sometimes, and I do think they cherry pick, clips of people. But sometimes I've seen Israelis interviewed and in a very dismissive way of Palestinians, right? Like supposedly like regular people on
Oh
the
yeah.
street,
Yeah.
and what they when they ask them questions about them, they the people that are in these interviews, they consider them to be subhuman. They consider them to be like not even like an animal or something like that. So
Yes.
that is literal dehumanization, and I'd go so far to say is if they saw them as people, whether it's an IDF soldier or anything else, if they saw them as people, they would have such a hard time to do what they're doing that they would stop. And
Yes.
so it's a prerequisite to like they're no longer people; they are Hamas or a potential Hamas or a some kind of enemy or they're the thing that like attacked us or like they're not people
Zombie
anymore, and
horde.
that's the whole point.
Yeah.
If you didn't have that idea of they're something other than what you are, they're and they're bad, they're evil,
Mm-hmm.
then you wouldn't be able to just kill people over and over like that. You wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, just on that note, I forgot to prep this. Let me just throw this in here of some bookmarks I made here on Twitter. Now, once again, this is not everyone. For sure, it's not everyone, but there's enough people doing saying you have this guy here who's been protesting for years and years and years, right? Saying like what we're doing is like the Holocaust, right? I want to see that one. There's kids in fucking school burning their draft papers because they're saying this is wrong. There's more images of them. There's protests in Israel. There's a bigger protest in Israel, right? A bigger image of a lot more people. And even if their context is something like, oh, they're fucking, our government is not going to try to get our hostages back and end the war. They want to just keep fighting and killing and doing their thing, doing their horrible shit for their own purposes. There are people there saying that straight up. That is a phenomenon. That is happening. But yeah, to go back to Cornell's point, like yeah, and I swear to God, I've said this a million times on this channel of like the idea of like reflecting the people you're calling bad guys, reflecting their behavior, and then all of a sudden calling it good. It's like, well, what makes you think that they don't think they're good and you're the bad guy in their own like world view? Of course, those questions aren't asked. Of course not. But then again, I'm a metric fan. I got it lucky, I guess. Anyways, let's continue with where Cornel's going with this. Here we go.
On the other hand, and here this is where, now see, and he did not, we have such great respect and love for you, brother, but we don't agree on everything. Is that right, though, babe? We don't agree on everything. Because different strokes for different strokes, not in the superficial sense. Sly Stone just died. That ain't no joke. That was at the dignity of everyday people. You a different kind of brother than I am. I don't have to make you like me. You the kind of brother who have courage, intellect, unbelievable commitment to truth, and believes in shunning. I'm a different kind of brother. Shunning people who are connected with killing babies.
I don't believe in shunning as if it were a
It
political
connected to-
principle. It's a visceral reaction.
Yes.
There's something revolting about, as Harvard kept writing, to be inclusive of child killers. I find that just
understand.
an
I
utterly
understand, brother.
revolting.
Once again, now there's another thing to be said. Once again, I'm not trying to shit on Norman Finkelstein, although there are things I'm sure you can shit on him with. But I'm just saying, he's like, oh, he's calling it a visceral reaction. I was like, well, you're observing your own reaction, and you're not taking note of that, of your own behaviors. How could I trust you in a moral standoff in any scenario if you're not observing your own fucking actions and questioning them? Maybe that's me being too nitpicky or being too, like, just taking his words and then using it as, like, here's exactly what he means by this. And maybe I'm doing that, in which case I would apologize. But either way, the idea still stands there. Of if you can observe yourself doing certain behaviors as a quote-unquote moral person or maintaining the moral high ground, shouldn't you observe your actions to make sure you're not harming anyone? Or maybe his morals are too, yeah, I can harm them because they're more harmful than I am. Right? My harm is good harm, and their harm is bad harm. So thus I can harm others. Maybe that's his point of view. I think, my humble opinion, if someone's actually said that, I'd be like, well, I don't think he actually thought about this, really. Like, really deeply thought about it. I think you're taking things as a matter-of-fact type of scenario, or matter-of-fact statements. Which to me is just not good enough for this realm, because you can't risk others. You can't risk them. If you want to be on that ultimate empathetic route. You can't risk anyone, ever. Anyways, here we go.
Concept.
In my opinion, right?
Isn't
My
it?
morals. Doesn't have to be yours, it's
Different
mine.
kind of brothers,
You-
man. We got
alright,
different
I'm
kind of
fine.
temperaments, man.
I'm
I don't
gonna ask
believe
you-
in just.
look, Cornel,
Look at it this
I'm
way.
gonna ask
Look at
you-
it
no,
this
Cornel,
way.
would you corrupt? Would you?
If we shunned
One second.
every American who supported the extermination of indigenous peoples, there's not a whole lot of folk left in the
Okay,
history
Cornel,
of the
fine, fine.
If we shunned
No, but we
the
can do-
majority of Americans who
No,
supported the
this-
enslavement of
this
black
is-
people, the lynching of black
This
people,
is a-
Jim Crow and Jane Crow, who's left? Well, you got
The-
some Mormons, you got some Quakers and some Mennonites and so forth around. Then you got the secular Jews in Brooklyn
I'm
who
sorry.
come in with this
This
rich
is-
tradition and want to go to the back of the bus on the Jim Crow bus when all the black
Yeah,
folk are
this
there
is-
and the Goyim is
okay.
in the front.
This
That's a
is-
small group.
No, this is a rhetorical evasion.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm speaking
Cornel,
directly
Cornel,
to your question. I'm
would you-
just not agreeing
Would
with
you cavort and carouse?
You can tell these two are
because,
friends, by the way.
yes, because these students are complaining. They don't invite us to their parties. That's what they say. They don't invite us to our parties. They don't want us in our groups. They don't want to associate with us. Would you
That's microsocial. That's
cavort?
microsocial activity,
Would
though,
you
brother.
cavort?
We know that's not
Yeah,
the
but that's
issue.
the
That's not the
report-
crucial issue.
No,
the question
report-
is, how do you stop the killing of Palestinian children
Yeah,
and
but-
innocent folks?
fine,
And how do you
I'm
become
all-
organized and mobilized enough to
No.
bring power and pressure to bear? It's not whether they get invited to some party after somebody's
Yep.
Hillel meeting and so forth and so on. No, we're not going to spend
would
time
you
on that.
Would you cavort and carouse with a child killer? I'm curious. I don't think that's a trivial question.
No,
You wouldn't.
no.
You
That's
would-
why
Just remember he said no to that. important for the rest of this. Now, would I personally? I don't even know what those words. What's it? Cavork and corral. Like, what the fuck? Carouse. I don't fucking know what those even mean. But for me personally, could I hang out with someone who has these crazy ideas? Sure, but they're not gonna like me. They're not gonna like me for too long. Like, listen, guys, I'm friendly with Dubster, but the ideas I've heard him say before, you think he, like, I'm just saying, like, do you think he doesn't know, like, I would shit on him for those ideas? But I like hanging out with the guy. He can hang out. He has some dog shit ideas, in my humble opinion, or at least the ideas he says out loud. I don't know. I can scorch him on his ideas, but also treat him like a human being at the same time. It's not hard. Not difficult. So yeah, a baby killer could actually, like, I'd be like, I'd let them know and make sure they knew they are great. Like, I might be the safest person on planet, for all I know. I might be the safest person on the planet Earth for them to hang around. Even more so with people that agree with them about their ideas. I might be safer than they are to be around. But your ideas are not. Your ideas are not safe. They're up for grabs at any moment, at any time. We could be having a conversation about fucking French fries. I'd be like, remember that idea you said the other day? Fuck was that? What's up with that? Yeah, your ideas are not safe. But you as a physical being on planet, like, yeah, you're safe around me. You might be extra safe, actually. As in, like, if you walk on the street without looking both ways and a car's about to hit you, I might dive and push you out of the way. Or pull you back and get you out of the way. Might be extra safer around me. But your ideas are definitely not. That's just my take on that, but just remember what these gentlemen are saying. And by the way, like I said it in the middle of it, I'm like, you can tell these guys are like friends with each other. You can tell. There's like a pause, like a chemistry between the two of them. You can tell they know each other and like talk all the time. On camera, off camera, they talk. That's my guess. But either way, whatever. The point is, remember what they're saying, because the main video I want to cover in this video is the Sabby Sabs, I guess, confronting Cornel West on this exact topic right here. But, all right, 40 seconds left. Here we go.
You would shun them, correct?
I would do more than shun, brother. I'd probably cuss them out and lose my Holy Ghost and kick their behind in the name of Jesus. But the point is, that's not normative. That's not the only model that I want everybody to proceed. I got my own way of being in the world. I'm a jazz man, got my own voice. This is how I decide to live my life. I want to love my way through the darkness. I don't believe in shunning, even given the crimes that people commit. If you got a different view, that's cool. I'm with you. We in the same demonstrations. We go to jail together, and we have fascinating conversations on child killers and how do you respond to child killers. That's all.
Makes sense, huh? That sounds very, like, that makes sense. Very coherent. But maybe it's not coherent enough. Maybe we need to go check out Sabby Sabs and her dumb fucking intro and find out. Maybe Sabby can have to ask the harder questions to find out, like, damn, maybe Cornel West means something different than what we're saying right here. Yeah. Without further ado, here is Shooby Dooby Doo talking to Cornel West. Or I think she's actually debating him, believe it or not. I think it's kind of a debate, but we'll say conversation for now. All right, here we go.
Dr. Cornel West is back on the show. Dr. West, welcome back.
Oh, my dear sister, you know, it's always a blessing and a joy for me to be on your show. You're always so kind to me, but you and I know this is the 130th anniversary of the birth of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Messiah Garvey. Ooh, I love his love of black people. He said the world is made being black a crime. I intend
that's his middle
to make it a virtue. Disorganization is the major challenge of black people. As long as black people live in America, the vast majority will live lives of ruin and disaster. Garvey's been right on all three of those. Now, I'm not a Garveyite, but I love my Garveyite brothers and sisters because of his deep love of the people. And I want to salute your love for Black people, your love of oppressed people, your courage, your commitment, and your willingness to take a risk day in and day out. You should.
Cornel, she doesn't need all that, okay? I'm just going to be honest with you right now. It's not the time for this. She doesn't need that. But here we go.
No, it's not unnoticed by people all around the country and the world. And I say that in the name of
I see all the Patreons right there on the screen.
And your parents and your loved ones and your family who go hand in hand with the shaping and making of who Sister Sabby is.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. West. So you reached out because from what I understand, you saw the video that I made about the conversation between yourself and Norm Finkelstein about shunning the students on campus that's supporting Israel. And you reached out and you wanted to come on and I guess explain your position. So the floor is open.
Oh, you so kind. No, my precious wife, Anahita, we sit there and watch you and always, marvel at your moves. And I say, oh, my dear sister got a deep disagreement with me. I hope I get a chance to try to clear it up, because the important thing, in a sense, is a certain kind of defense of a grandmother being shaped by the church, being shaped by a Christian sensibility, in which you say, I believe that any form of hatred is a form of slavery. It's a form of bondage, that you get tied into the worst of who we are as a human being, because we're wretched and wonderful at the same time. So
interesting. I assume he's looking at it as in like some sort of emotional thing to where it just soaks you in and you're stuck in it. And then you get so stuck that you don't even realize how you got there in the first place. Yeah, sure. I guess the idea of like the quote unquote ego being a slave to the emotions. But that can happen with happiness too, right? Or love, where you're not even looking at the person anymore. You're just looking at your own image of them because you're so in love, right? Meanwhile, the person could be cheating on you or lying to you or doing something else that you don't like, which is what usually happens in marriage, right? People get married. They actually find out who the other person is, and then they're like, oh, fuck. Then they get divorced at some point. But nothing wrong with hatred. Nothing wrong with love. For me, personally. I have no problem with either one of them. You just have to understand what the fuck you're loving and hating. But most people don't do that work, which is why we end up in this situation we are in today in regards to politics. You don't actually examine love, examine hatred. You don't examine it. Just something you do, which is fine for just living a normal life or whatever the fuck. But I'm crazy, so I don't just live normally. I do things a different way. But I'm just listen. This is my little microgreens, my little garnish, right? Maybe a salad, right? Of light food, very light. Not meant to fill you up. Pause. Let's see if I get full-blown angry at the ideas I'm about to hear later on in this video. Let's find out. Here we go.
The question becomes then, how do you become a free person in love, a loving person tied to freedom? And therefore, I, in many ways, didn't disagree with you when you were talking about how there's just certain folk that you got to keep a distance from, because gangsters are gangsters and thugs are thugs, and you got to be able to work in the world and negotiate and navigate yourself in the world in such a way that you're able to thrive. I mean, Garvey talked about self-defense, self-determination, but the first thing is what? Self-respect. Absolutely. So when people were saying, well, Wes is talking about saying we ought to go around here and hugging baby killers. No, ain't no way. I'm the one who's being hunted by the Klan. I'm the one living under death threat. I ain't no fool. But am I a Christian? Hell yes. What does that mean? That means that even the folk who hate me, right, I hate their deeds and still try to stay in contact with their humanity. I don't spend that much time and energy on hating them. I'm trying to do all I can to sustain myself. And I'm not a pacifist like Martin King. No, not at all. Just like, I don't know if you can see my dear sister here, Harriet Tubman, with her Bible. Was she a pacifist? No, she had Bible and a gun at the same time when she went back into the belly, right? Absolutely. So self-defense, absolutely. But I do believe that it's very important that we don't give people license and permission to just go about either hating or even shunning. As a professor, I'm going to shun students who I disagree with. I'm going to talk about genocide of Palestinians. I'm going to talk about ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. I'm going to talk about mass incarceration of Black people. I'm talking about corporate greed and predatory activity of capitalists and so forth, because I believe I'm speaking the truth. But I want to be free to speak the truth, motivated by love, and recognizing in the end that we're cutting so radically against the grain. Radically against the grain.
So
Okay. I mean, yeah. I don't know how Sabby doesn't pick up on this, but I feel like I understand exactly where he's coming from. He's saying that, like, okay, maybe I don't agree exactly with his assessment of hate or something, but he may be using it in a different sense of things, a different definition. So thus, it's like, oh, don't be like captured by hate to where you dehumanize the other, right? And in fact, I don't know if he was saying this or not, but I'm going to say it right now. Maybe it even dehumanizes yourself, as in the way they look at you. If you look at them, let's say like honestly looking at it like a little thought experiment. If you dehumanize some person because of whatever their background is or their beliefs are or whatever the fuck, right? You dehumanize them. That means you're going to behave a certain way towards them because they're not human to you. Thus, when that other person on the other side, the person that you're dehumanizing, when they see you, the only actual action or expression they see from you is a non-human expression, right? If like you're just like interacting one to one, right? If all they're saying is you treating them like they're not even human, that makes you the bad guy in their world. Thus, they're going to treat you the same way. Now, I'm not going to go, chicken and egg with this, but I'm just saying, like, that seems very practical and logical, actually, of a scenario. I don't even know if Cornel was saying that or not, but that seems very plausible of a thing that, in regards to people, like human interaction with each other, right? So if you treat like even if someone who's quote unquote lower, right, socially lower, say like a slave master to a slave, right? Like them treating a slave like in a dehumanized or not even human type of way. The only thing they see is the fucking slave owner treating them like not a human, meaning like, damn, these guys have no humanity to them because they can't recognize my humanity. They can't recognize my humanity. They're not showcasing that. And when you're not showcasing that, what do you come off as? A fucking demon with no humanity to you. Duh. Somehow Sabby's not picking up on this, I don't think. But I won't speak for her. You tell me yourselves, audience. You tell me what you're saying. Here we go.
Against the grain. Radically against the grain.
So I think, what I gathered from that conversation, I didn't get the impression that Norm Finkelstein was saying you should hate them.
Hold on. So you don't... I'm not sure if she was listening to what he just said right there. I'm not sure if she was. But you'll see more evidence of that. All right, here we go.
We're cutting so
Forgive me for pausing.
Against the grain.
Forgive me.
Radically against the grain.
So I think, what I gathered from that conversation, I didn't get the impression that Norm Finkelstein was saying you should hate them. But I do think there's a difference between hating someone and shunning them, right? So you mentioned that you want to see their humanity. So it sounds like to me you want to try to see the good in people. And I think for me, I don't see any good with that. No good in Israel at all. Shama Sawant was on the show not too long ago. We had a similar discussion. And I said that I do not think that we should see if there's any type of humanity in Israel, because there just isn't. The majority of Israelis.
See how that statement, first of all, makes no fucking sense? It makes no sense. We shouldn't see if there's humanity because there isn't. Wouldn't you have to like look to see if there, just to kind of prove evident that there is none there? Second of all, on the surface, that's not even fucking true. You already saw what I showed you. Now, because they're protesting what Israel's doing, like militarily, what their government and their military is doing, because those kids or the old guy or the protests, because they're protesting against it, does not automatically doesn't mean like, okay, those are the guys with humanity. That's not what that means. As Cornel's going to say later in this conversation, that's not what that means. As we're seeing Sabby Sabs, as Cornel said before, where it's like, yo, when you start dehumanizing, right, and turning them into like these demons, you start acting out you start doing the actions that the bad guys are doing. Now, should I go to some Israeli seeing your show and be like, see, yeah, she's not even human, bro. There's nothing to humanize there. Just shun her away. Because guess what? You're dehumanizing, right?
Where does that take us? Like,
Nowhere.
because what she is seeing, okay, on this topic, um, they're mistreating Palestinians, right? Killing them, but
Yeah.
they're mistreating them.
Not all of them, but
Not
she says Israel, though. Not all of them, though.
yeah, right, right. And so there's people getting killed who are humans. She recognizes their humanity. She doesn't recognize the humanity of Israelis. I've heard her specifically say Israelis, not just Zionists. So there's no humanity in people killing of people who are humans. So what do you do with that? Like,
It makes no
well,
sense, and
first,
it's not well thought out, Jesse. That's what's happening.
you don't want to stop the killing, right? Like, okay, non-humans are killing humans, right? You don't want to stop the killing, but there's no, but those, if they're not human, then there's like, imagine it was um a plague of lotuses. It was a freaking uh, a horde of tigers,
Mhm.
or just any beast that came out of like they just somehow got loose.
Yeah.
If that happened, if a zoo, in a zoo, if an animal got out and uh and there was the possibility that they would harm a person, they would shoot them, right? Like
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
There's that is the way our society thinks. They wouldn't take a chance. So there's no real like boundary anymore when you treat things that way. You remove when you remove the humanity, you remove the reason of the break of like, wait, what are we doing?
I mean,
You become the same exact thing.
yes. I mean, imagine, like, if I had to guess, I'm sure Sabby has some complaints about like the death penalty. But what does that actually entail as like as an action from people from society? It's saying this person is irredeemable. They're not even human anymore. Right? There is no chance for change. We kill them because they did whatever bad deed. There is no redeeming this. There is no redemption for this. We kill you because you are a guaranteed threat to society. Meaning you took their humanity away to kill them. It's not Bob who murdered someone or even raped someone. It's Bob the rapist, Bob the murderer. There's a big difference. There really is. But society, so that they sleep nice at night, or someone who's on a revenge tour because it was their family member or someone they love got harmed. Either way, it doesn't actually address the problem at hand, does it? I think it's it's philosophical and psychological fucking NyQuil. Help me sleep better. That's what I think it is. But then again, we're in politics, and these people are very fucking lazy. Very lazy. And I think you're going to hear it through Sabby's fucking arguments, how lazy she is, versus this guy who sounds like he actually thought about it quite a bit. At least a little bit. I don't agree with everything that Cornel West says or does. But I think he thought about it, though. Just my intuitive guess based on the evidence I've seen, the way he talks about certain topics, the way he had an answer right at his fucking hip. He had the answer with him already of what he believes. That means he's thought about it. Sabby, I don't think, gave a fucking second to this shit. Like she borrowed it, conditioned into her, something. Something with no actual effort behind it. That's what I think. It's fucking lazy and boring, to be honest with you. Here we go.
The polls are showing they don't want the Palestinian people there. Then there's another poll that shows also majority feel that they want them out of Gaza and they want the land, right? So I think that there's a difference between
Yo, fucking name them, Sabby. She's not even naming percentages. Is it 79%, 80-something percent, 50-something percent? Like, what is it? Name all of it. Maybe it's in her past videos, I'll be fair. But still, like, name these things when you're arguing with someone so they realize what you're talking about. Because, I'm sorry, if you say 79% of the population there, which is a lot, relatively speaking, right? That's a lot, relatively speaking. But guess what? 21% is also a lot. That's a lot of people when you put it in actual context. How many people live in Israel? Let me say. Let me look it up.
I think it's 10 million. I think it's 10 million.
Okay.
I'm not sure though. Look it up though. But I'm pretty sure.
Let me look this up.
8 to 10 million, I think.
Okay, 9.9 million. It's like 10 million. Right? I think it's 9.9, according to Google. 9.9 million. So let's say 10 million. So you're telling me you have 2 million people. Let's say it was 80%, right? Or 79%. You're telling me you have like 2 million people that don't like what's happening out of 10 million? And you're telling me that's not significant enough? Let's go further. Because let's be honest, the actual way to actually diagnose a problem, like in order to have a solution, like you have to diagnose it. You have to. If like Jesse brought up animals, right? If a bear's going crazy attacking everyone, right? You're like, oh, what the fuck? Well, it's just a bear. Shoot him in the face, right? Meanwhile, maybe there's a thorn in his foot. If you don't diagnose that, you can't actually fix the fucking problem. Maybe the bear's walking through a territory where there's fucking thorns everywhere. He gets one stuck in his foot and he ends up going crazy and starts attacking everything. Because your only solution was, bear crazy, shoot him. What if another bear rolls to that same territory, gets a thorn in its foot, and starts attacking people again? Didn't actually get rid of the problem. Now, I understand people that see results of something, like, okay, that's bad, let's stop that. I get that. But to put no thought into how people get where they're at in the first place is fucking stupid. It's dumb. How else do you fix the problem, Sabby? Do you ignore the diagnosis of whether someone was conditioned a certain way? Maybe since childhood conditioned a certain way. Brainwashed? What if they saw a video on YouTube and it was like, damn, that looks bad. Okay, I'm going to fight for this side now. Or like actually care to fight for this side now. Because I know they have like conscription over there. What if they don't want to? What if they know better, they don't want to, but their parents force them, or their friends peer pressure them, or their teachers peer pressure them, or whatever the fuck? Aren't those worthy of diagnosis, Sabby? If you want to actually fix the problem? If you want to scream in your pink little fucking room, scream and shout, if that's your main goal, congratulations, you're winning. I thought the point was to make the world a better place. You tell me, Sabby. You go shun, Sabby. Savages won't. The savages won't actually do that. And she could actually. And here's the weird part about this: is that she's going to make arguments. Is be like, well, what if they call you anti-Semitic? Meaning, like, she's ready to twist things around in order to make it so that you have no choice but to pick her answer in regards to all this. She's going to twist reality around. Well, there's a lot of people being called anti-Semitic. So maybe maybe you shouldn't even talk to him. Really? Everyone? Also, what made you think that savages won't risk themselves for the sake of helping others? We know you won't. But for others. Yeah. Here we go. This stupid fucking shit, bro. Because it's... Once again, I'm not as tilted as I was in the other video, but it's... I'm tilted, though. I'm a little tilted. Go ahead.
But in a way, right? In a way, she's acting like a politician. She's acting like a Bernie Sanders or an AOC in the sense of, you just said something. She wouldn't. Because she believes,
I don't think
in
so.
my opinion, she believes that she can do more, do better if she's always around than if she stands on her. She doesn't have these principles, in my opinion. She's shown it. But if she did have principles and she said, "No, I'm making a stand right here," she might let someone hypothetically die in order for her to survive for the ecosystem she created for herself and the community she's created. But at the same time, she is selling that she's here to fight for that community. So what if one of those in the community need her? Would she step up for them? I don't think so.
Initially, Anthony, I wouldn't have just screamed sus about her. But when I watched this video, and there's a certain portion here where the clear scenario is about money. Clear as day about money. When you see, when I saw that, I'm like, ew. Fucking ew.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when it's supposed to, if your value is your word, but you cut your word off because YouTube might take your money away for a little bit for one video? This is what you do in reaction to that? Come on. It has to be worth it at some point, right?
Yeah. As she's trying to make a point, right? I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's save those comments for when it appears. Fair
enough.
Yeah, let's not ruin the lead.
Yeah. Either way, the main point I want to say about this is, if you don't diagnose the problem, meaning being able to talk to people and ask them questions to figure out what the fuck what direction they're coming from, whether they're stone cold fucking brainwashed, stone cold a part of it, or just someone whose parents made them do something. If you don't make those diagnoses, how the fuck are you gonna have an answer for it? What's the answer to that, Sabby? Grab a gun and stop it? That shit don't work. It don't work.
Well, you could argue her prescription to the whole Israel-Palestine problem is to flip them, subjugate the Israelis, and push them out of the land, and forgo their what do you want to say? I wouldn't say that their determination, but their well-being. Their well-being doesn't matter because of what they're doing now. So all of them all the kids, all the elders, all the people that protest in Israel to stop what the government's doing, they get lumped in with the fucking criminals. and creepers.
I think there's a precedent for what Anthony's saying because I believe she says it in this video. Now, I leave room for anyone to maybe fuck their words up and say something that sounds bad, but at the very I want you guys to see it, the audience to hear her say that, and then come up with your own ideas about it because I got a little freaked out by it. But all right, let's continue here. Here's more of Sabby and Cornel S. Here we go.
People, and I am shunning them. I think at this point, anybody who is supporting what Israel, what the IDF is doing in Gaza, and majority do support it, including those students on the campus, yes, they should be shunned because they need to know that we do not approve of what they're doing. I think otherwise we just go about business as usual. And I look at everything that we have been doing. We have been protesting for almost 2 years, over 2 years now, right? Like people have been writing letters, although I don't think writing letters really does anything, but people have done as much as they can do. Chris Smalls just got back from the Freedom Flotilla. You know, he was willing to risk his life, put himself in danger. He was beaten by the racist IDF in Israel. I do not think that we should give them any room to have any type of humanity. I think that in this particular situation, especially when it comes to Israel, I don't think there is any good. I think there's no good there at all. And sometimes I think that's just the case. So I think that when
you can't say majority of population, then say all the next sentence. You can't do that. Devoid of humanity. What the fuck does that mean? Now, once again, I leave room for people to make their own definitions of things or their idea of an idea of a word or something like that. But I'm struggling to find what you mean by this, Sabby. What do you mean by that? They're devoid of humanity over there. The majority or all of them? What are you talking about? What do you mean by humanity?
Yeah, she's saying words she borrowed. They're not her words. In the sense of she didn't do that legwork that other people because if you were to ask other people more entrenched at a certain point, you'll be like, no, you can't lump everyone in there. But she's not saying that because let's be honest, the context matters. Where is she at in her life? Where is she sitting right now? What does her life look like day to day? And it's ironic. She has all the time in the world to ponder. And this is what she comes up with, meaning this is not learning these topics, learning the intricacies to at the status she's at. She is not worried about that. She is not in the business of being as informed as possible on any of these topics. She's getting a snapshot and telling you that's reality.
Well, when I hear terms like the Zionist entity, I'm like, where'd you borrow that from, Sabby? Where'd you get that from?
I'm telling you, man.
Did you come up with that one? I don't think so. And by the way,
no.
I don't shut people, for me, I don't hardcore criticize anyone that is working on their own shit and their own morals, investigating things. Hey, I don't know what's going on here, so I'm going to study more, or I'm going to study morality because I think it's a more outflanking of a thing to do for society and all that shit. I have no problems with that, which is why, the thing that Anthony just brought up, that's a worthy fucking... what are you doing? You have all these fans giving you, a kind of a comfy existence. This is your job. This is what you do, apparently, right? I don't know if she has, something else she does, but it seems like this is her shit, right? This is her job. This is where she makes her money at and all that shit, right? What is your excuse for not... Why does it feel like Cornel spent his life, or most of his life, looking into the ideas of morality? What's the right thing to do? Let me really contemplate that. Let me really think on that. Meanwhile, Sabby can just scroll on Twitter and just borrow some shit. How's that allowed?
And she has a powerful Rolodex of other influencers that tell her things she didn't know, and she does not comprehend or understand, but she can certainly parrot.
I hope she's an innocent. I really do. I hope she's an innocent. Someone who just doesn't know it, just kind of dumb as rocks, just doing shit in the world. I hope that versus something a little bit more nefarious, a little more scary, in my humble opinion. I hope it's an act of innocence. I'm trying my best,
Well,
you know.
but she's here to spread ideas, right? Like that's why she's talking about this, and that's why, um, yeah, she's talking about this to say this is the way we're supposed to behave in this situation. That is her point,
To a
and
guy who seems like he thought about it too. Like,
yes, and I really struggle to see any way in which like her form of thinking is different than the form of thinking that you would typically associate with the opposite, like the other side of things. Like I think of like, especially like what's odd here, like you're saying, well, where's she, the level of comfort from which this is being spoken about. We're not even talking about the actions to do out in the Middle East. We're talking about what we do on a campus. Like this is a
Mhm.
hypothetical about what actions to take on a campus, and the action proposed, because she does say more clearly that this is about not talking to people, right? Shunning, to turn your back, not associate with them, not talk to them,
yeah,
and like okay, one of the things, and we're talking about campuses. One of the things that I found, some of the policies that have come out are, like you can't say things on campuses now. I guess these if you're protesting on behalf of Israel or something, like this is now a problem for the administration, and it and we're bringing in a form of censorship to suppress, even supporting, well, I wouldn't even call it supporting Palestine. I would say to stop killing innocent people is what I would say, right? You're not supposed to protest in that way, or at least not if you're on a visa. And I think that's horrible. And what they're doing is suppressing ideas.
yeah.
In this case, like, why are you not talking to them? Well, because you don't like them. Okay, fine. You don't like them. You don't have to talk to them, but you're you're trying to separate and isolate, and basically not. You don't want to hear their ideas because
And
they
tell
might
others
not
to do
even
it
be
too.
against that. Yeah, yeah. I think I don't see how anything that she's proposing is different than what you would picture an opposing side doing.
I mean, at this point, Jesse, I wouldn't be surprised if Sabby was the head or a dean of a school. Like, well, we need to shut down any pro-Israel voices. Like, try to,
Mhm.
you know, kind of lobby to the White House, take away funding if kids do this on my campus. It's like, is that your answer to that? It's so dumb and unthought out, childish. It lacks actual deep thought about it. Because the point is, as the good guys, is to think deeper about things so that people don't get fucking harmed. Right, Sabby? That's the point, right? Guess what? If I said, yo, Sabby, what's your point for doing all this? I bet she doesn't have a fucking answer. And once again, if Sabby's an innocent, forgive me, Sabby Sabs. But what I'm seeing here is straight bullshit. You should be happy you didn't see my rant on Sunday. Be happy you didn't hear that. That was a lot meaner about it. Granted, it was my natural reaction, but straight up, it sounds like I'm being mean, but I'm not trying to be mean. It's the idea that I'm going after. That idea, and then you standing with that idea, you're in my line of sight, dude. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I can't allow I can't, me personally, the idea of it, I can't allow the purposeful harm of anyone for any reason. I can't allow that. In my idea world, I can't allow that. When I hear the idea, I shit on it. I have to. That is who I am. Let's keep playing now. Here we go.
And Norm said that, those students should be able to shun them. I agree that they should be shunned. And I feel like, and feel free
Should
to
be able
jump in
to,
here, but I feel
should,
like Dr.
different
West,
words.
I feel like You want to see the good in people, even when there's a possibility that they're just wrong, that these are just hateful people. And these are not my brothers. And I understand that you're a Christian. I grew up in the
Cornel's
church
going to
too.
dissect this.
But they're not my brothers. They're not my sisters. And I think they do need to be shunned at this point in time.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate your strong points, my dear sister. And
like a
I
child.
appreciate the fact that
Like he's talking to a child. Oh, yeah, good try. You underhand a baseball to her, she whiffs. Oh, good try. Good try. Because you're dealing with a child. You have to look after them like they're a child. Sorry, Sabby, but own being that savage, or do what you're doing. From what I'm seeing. Here we go.
They do need to be shunned at this point in time.
Oh,
yeah,
my
no,
dear
and
child.
I appreciate your strong points, my dear sister. And
Get her a stepping
I
stool.
appreciate the fact that you're just so for real. You know, and I think that's very important because when you're in a conversation
nice
like this,
guy.
the same with you with
Cornel,
Brother
you're
Noah,
such a nice guy.
who I
for
have
this.
great respect for, and I got deep love for, but he and I got disagreements.
I don't smell
but
that
I know he's for
authenticity.
real.
I don't smell it.
You know what I mean? There's no posing and posturing. Same with you. You are for real. You speak from your heart, mind, and soul.
I don't think so.
And there's a power in your insight. First thing to keep in mind, you see, when you call somebody a brother or sister, you're not calling them for me a comrade. You see, as a Christian, all you are saying is that person is made in the image of a God that they have chosen to be gangster. So it's not the good in them, it's their potential to change. That's what you're affirming, is their potential to change. And that's true for anybody. You see, anybody. I've been blessed to teach in prison since 1970, beginning with Norfolk, where Martin was, when Malcolm was in 1970. And the same is true in Raw, just a few years ago with Chris Hedges and others. And there's some brothers in there who've done some things that's gangster-like, but they have the potential to change. And it's that potential that I affirm, not because I'm holding my breath. If you're dealing with genocide sponsors, genocide enactors, you don't hold your breath. Why? Because they are, and this is where I think we might have a deep disagreement, my sister. When you say they have no humanity, I think you might mean they're not humane. When they are killing innocent babies,
hold her hand, Cornel,
which is sick and pathetic and gangster and barbaric, that is part of their humanity. We humans are wretched creatures. When the Klan lynched our people, when Trump himself, with his Klans-like elements supporting him, and he himself expressing the white supremacist sensibilities that he has, that's part of his humanity too. To be human is to be wretched, and it is to be wonderful. So it's not as if Israel doesn't have any humanity. Israel expressing the wretchedness of humanity in the form of a vicious genocide. And you're right, we seem to be powerless because it has not yet been stopped. That is a colossal failure on behalf of international law, on behalf of humanity as a species. Yes, that's true. But I think it's not that I believe somehow there's good there. There's a potential for people to change. That's what I'm holding on to as a Christian and as.
Yeah. So basically, what we were, not exactly the same as I would put it, but somewhere in the ballpark of what I was saying. Sounds thought out. The logic makes sense, and also I would say, for me personally, I would add on like, yo, how are you gonna fix this problem if you're not diagnosing the problem? How do you do that without diagnosing it? What did I bring up the other day? Someone walks into the doctor's with a broken arm, and the doctor starts sawing the leg off. Like, oh, you didn't diagnose this correctly, so thus you can't cure it or heal it because your diagnosis is just way the fuck off. Now, let's say Sabby Sabs says, well, my diagnosis is on point. How are we going to prove that without talking to people, Sabby? Because I heard your argument before of, well, we're not going to talk to them because there's no humanity over there. right? It's like, well, how do you know if there's humanity if you're not going to try to observe what's happening or talk to anyone that maybe you have access to, right? Saying there's no humanity because there's no humanity is not a fucking argument. And it's nowhere near intelligent, even for a fucking 5th grader. Here we go.
Someone who is trying to resist.
So I think that, and I want to compare the two, right?
Sure,
So when we talk
sure.
about people having the potential to change, at any point in time, if Israelis in Israel want to walk away from the Zionist ideology, want to walk away from that hateful rhetoric and teaching that the Palestinian people are not human, calling them animals, taking their homes in the West Bank, they can do so. They can even leave Israel if they want to get away
People
from
do.
all of that. The Palestinian people cannot leave Gaza. They are trapped. They are caged in.
Sure.
At any point in time, any of them in Israel could have spoken out and can still speak out against what is happening to the Palestinian people.
I already showed you there are people doing that. Now, is it the majority or everyone? No. Would you expect that? No. I wouldn't expect that, personally, honestly. Just the way like people behave, we do the dumbest shit. Like humans are just dumb as fuck. And the more I have access to internet, the more I see how stupid we fucking are, actually. Because Sabby Sabs is rich and well known in the political community. Somehow. How'd that happen? I don't fucking know. Either way, I'm just saying, like, I expect stupid shit from people. I do. But there are people that, at the very least, are a little bit more savvy about what's happening in Gaza. And they're like, wait a minute, this is wrong. It's not this government that keeps telling us that they're the good guys and that we're a part of them. They were lying. They don't care about us. And these guys aren't pure evil over there. People are full of shit. And there's plenty of people letting that be known. Is it everyone? No. But is it happening? Yes. As far as what I've seen. But then again, Sappy's dog. I don't know why you're arguing with this guy, bro. Do something else. Like, this guy's debated like Alan Dershowitz and shit like that. Like, this is like, and you're bringing your kitty arguments to him is kind of ridiculous. Sorry to appeal to authority, and you should say your arguments. That's fine. That's fair enough. It's just you don't hear how silly and kind of watered down and kind of elementary your fucking statements are, Sabby Sabs. Like, go study harder. But all right, here we go.
At any point in time, any of them in Israel could have spoken out and can still speak
there are
out
people doing that.
against what is happening to the
Sounds like she
Palestinian
doesn't know.
people. They don't want
Or
to
doesn't want to know.
because they don't want them there. So I've been a firm believer in people being able to change as well. When this comes to this particular situation, they are not making any efforts or any type of moves to show that they want to change,
Name them.
to show that, okay, maybe I want to listen to the other side. They don't. And to prove my point, you have Ethiopians that also live in Israel. The Ethiopians in Israel have decided to go along with the oppressors and the occupation so that they're not
all of
beneath
them.
the Palestinians, even though they're not on equal footing as the Israelis either. They are willing to kill the Palestinian people so that they aren't lower than them, even though Israel has come in and Israel sterilized Ethiopian women against their will so that they could not continue to reproduce. It's very clear there's racism towards them as well. Chris Smalls made it very clear when he came onto the show that when he was in the prison, he said most of the people that he saw that was locked up in there were Ethiopians and Filipinos. Which was a new one to me. But it's very clear. This is a genocidal, oppressive, hateful state. And the way that I see it, if at any point in time they wanted to change, they could have walked away from that a long time ago.
Okay, so are you saying the state or the people there? I can't tell. She brought up a poll about the majority of people believe this. Now she's saying the state is like that. And I'm like, I don't understand. Be clear. Like,
She
really think about it. Like, think, Sabby. Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, she just said the state at the end, but a little bit before that, she was saying at any time any of the people could do that, and she's not saying any Israelis protesting, whether that's because of like where she looks for information, or if she sees it and denies, like just discards it.
Or she
But
borrows information, or she borrows statements from other people.
yeah,
It's possible too,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Even if it were to happen, like I think that um, the topic here about shutting Israelis on a campus, like these are the only people typically, like unless you're flying to the Middle East, you're going to have access to. These are the only people you're going to be able to like really have that same type of information. Maybe it's Channel 9 or something, but you're probably not in the
Yeah.
same circles. I'm assuming. So
Yeah.
like so let's say somebody does that and they turn, like they do that and they're like, no, this is wrong, and you wouldn't know because you don't talk to them.
Look at that.
You're refusing to talk to them.
Wow. So like even the, like forget about good and bad, but just the idea of Israeli, right? That almost needs like a diagnosis itself, right? And you can't do that without actually going individual by individual, right? Like it's a whole like yes, I'm sorry for these lazy fucking political people, but guess what? If you want actual change with something, you have to diagnose these things. Right? Let's be real. The only actual real ally you have in all of this is social change by lots of people. Lots of people. That is necessary. If it's 10 of you with a couple of guns, you're not taking down the fucking government. Sorry. We actually seen it like tried before. They got ran over. Guess what? Hamas has an actual, like, not like a legit super military, but they have a decent amount of people to cause harm to other people. What happened to them? Ran the fuck over. So I assume the violent route's not going to work for you, considering what you're fighting, right? If it's the asshole bully down the street, that's a different story, right? You can 1v1 them and beat them up or something and save the day, or call the cops on them, or whatever the fuck you do. When it comes to geopolitical governments like moving around, like what the fuck are you going to do? So it begs the question, what's your actual answer to this, Sabby? You or whoever you borrow your answers from, if you do that. What the fuck is their answer for all this shit? Actually, to be honest with you, logically, either way, you're going to have to run at my answer for things. You actually do need a lot of people to change their minds in a certain direction. That is basically necessary. Right? It can't be 10 of you doing it. It has to be a lot of people. So if you find some way to change masses somehow, why would you change them towards shun these guys? It's not necessary anymore. You have the masses. You don't need that. If you think about it, I've had these arguments before with some of the. Not saying Sabby is, maybe she isn't, of the pro-violence perspective. I think I'm probably correct about that. I think she will at least parrot the pro-violent sense of things. But yeah, they don't. I haven't seen those guys really answer those questions. And trust me, I've debated some of them. Not saying they're like fucking god tier debaters. I'm just saying, like, I have talked to people that do believe in the violent sense of things, and their arguments are dog shit for it. It's really actually dog shit for it. Seems like a child swinging at air. It's Cuba Gooding Jr. in Boys in the Hood, just swinging at air. I'm gonna stop you now, like a child doing it. And it doesn't fucking work in reality. I'm sorry. It just I see no evidence of it. Anyways, let's continue. Sorry for rambling. Here we go.
They don't want to.
Sorry,
And
not
I
sorry.
think for me, it's just I'm done. And I'm sorry to say it this way, but I'm very, very firm about this.
I'm done. To a guy who's been doing this political activism shit for most of his fucking life, you're done? You're done. The fuck have you done? What the fuck have you done, Sabby? Where you're telling a guy who's in the same world as you has done decades more of shit than things you even like, Sabby. Let's be honest. If Sabby likes painting her fucking fingernails, Cornel West has been an activist longer than she's been painting her fucking fingernails. Most likely. You're done? I'm fed up. Are you? Get the fuck out of here. Here we go. It's ridiculous. And once again, that's not even dick riding Cornel West. I'm not trying to come off that way. But I'm just saying, she's saying from this political point of view, I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm tired of this. I'm done. Tired with what? You still haven't even given me a detail about. Maybe she did it in other videos, but right now I'm not hearing any details of something where okay, I can see you're involved, actually passionate and involved in this idea of something. I don't know what the fuck she believes in. I don't know. This is not my first Sabby video, but I've seen some videos where I'm like, what the fuck does this lady believe? I don't get what she believes in. What is it? Not words, but what are actual, here's how I do what I believe in. Here's my actions towards it. Does anyone fucking know what that is? I don't fucking know. Here we go.
They wanted to change. They could have walked away from that a long time ago. They don't want to. And I think for me, it's just I'm done. And I'm sorry to say it this way, but I'm very, very firm about this.
Since
I
October
cannot be willing to believe that they have some type of humanity, because they don't. And it's just when they could have said something even before October.
I can't believe that because they don't. Imagine using that as an argument. Can we put that on a treaty somewhere, Sabby? Here's why we need to prosecute the Zionist entity. They don't have humanity because they don't. The end. Brilliant.
Cannot be willing to believe.
Think
that
harder
they
about it,
have
Sabby.
some
You're not
type of
stupid.
humanity, because
And you're
they
stupid, but you're
don't.
not stupid.
And it's just when they could have said something even before October 7th, when they were stealing people's homes in the West Bank, when they were burning houses down and taking their land. They said nothing. They watched and they let it happen. They cheered it on. So I don't think there's any humanity there with them. And I think that what we need right now at this point in time, we need a radical form of politics that is not afraid to go up against the Zionist entity, that is not afraid to shut it all down.
Wow.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Now, if she let's say I asked her that in real time, well, we got to organize and do this, and so your answer is Cornel West's answer. Got it. That he's been doing for 40 years longer than he's been doing it longer than you've been alive.
Is that
got
radical?
It. What's that, Jesse?
Would that be radical? Just looking for a radical solution.
Sometimes radical means violence. Sometimes radical just means being aggressive with protesting and sit-ins and let's call it hunger strikes and shit like that. That could be. It depends on. Okay. It's up to the eye of the beholder, if you will. From what I understand.
I'd like to see that.
I don't know what she means by it, though. I don't know what she means.
Good.
But then again, I can make that prediction hey, do you look at Hamas, what they did on October 7th? Did you look at that as the resistance? If you're saying that, then you mean that's what you mean by revolution. And we all know, I think we're all aware, Sabby ain't doing that shit. That room's way too pink. You ain't doing that shit. So, but I am curious what she means by revolution, because Cornel West thinks he's a revolutionary, or the people he looks up to are revolutionaries, and he likes the way they do things, probably, like, for the most part. Maybe the message they stand up for. But the violence part, I don't think he'll be like all in favor of, except for self-defense, which also needs its own definition, because there are people that think self-defense means like, oh, they killed my mom 20 years ago, so that means I can kill them now because it's self-defense. That needs definitions too. That needs thought. Rigor. Anyways, here we go.
Time. We need a radical form of politics
No idea
that
what
is
that means,
not
sir.
afraid to go up against the Zionist entity,
By
that is
talking
not
to him?
afraid to shut it all down. This is not a kumbaya moment. And I know that
Kumbaya
you
moment.
like to look for love and peace and things, but at this point in time, I would say it's love and peace that got us in this direction. Israel.
It's love and this is love and peace's fault of why we're here. Love and peace got us here. Soak that in. No argument needed. Love and peace is why the world's fucked up right now.
That's an insane statement.
Holy fuck. Holy shit. How did I miss that one? I missed that one. I didn't even hear that shit the first time I heard this. Holy shit. Love and peace is why the world's in a fucked up place. Does she mean like the slogan of love and peace? For sure she doesn't mean the actual action of it, right? Holy fuck. Does Sabby know I can love my parents but argue with them at the same time? Does she know that? That love doesn't mean like, oh, here's some roses and candy. Here you go. Here you go, baby killer. Here you go. Take this. Here's a balloon too. I could be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking disappointment? That could be love. But then again, I'm aware that Sabby has not fucking thought about it. Kumbaya, you fucking dummy. You dummy.
Yeah.
Love and peace made the world a worse place. Who fucking says that? Ever. Love and peace made the world a worse place. When? Name it, Sabby. The fuck are you talking about? God. Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. No, she's speaking about one thing. It's very basic, like
I
the
can't
way
believe
she's
that shit, dude.
describing things. Yeah, it's a crazy statement. Like it. Well, I think that statement actually would push me towards like not really understanding.
She hasn't thought about it, dude. She hasn't thought about this.
Right.
Being honest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that doesn't sound as malicious as the consequences of that thinking. Like, the consequences of that thinking can be very bad, but it doesn't sound to me as malicious as
No, I'm not saying
or
it's malicious. She's saying I'm just like it's fucking stupid.
it lacks understanding. Yeah, because when
It's dumb.
so the entire time they're talking about this one thing, but that's one topic. But Cornel West is talking about several other. He's doing much more than what he's saying. He started out by attempting to connect to her. Like, he's talking about these various other things he's sprinkling in. He's
He's
showing a
carrying.
lot of humanity and empathy to someone with a very, very different idea than his. He's not shunning her. Like, that's part of the point.
Let's
His
be real.
actions
He's
are.
carrying the intelligence in the conversation. Just be honest. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, but he's also trying to do it through demonstrating, like, his entire action throughout this. He's trying to demonstrate the exact same thing he's arguing for. Because the way he's looking at her and talking to her, it's you could say it's polite, but I would also say he would speak to a clan member in the same way. Like,
Yeah.
he would speak to somebody with extremely different views and try to relate to them and try to bridge, like, a dialogue with them. and
I think he'd be
that
real with
is,
them. He'd be like, "Oh, you're a
yeah,
fucking idiot, aren't you?
yeah,
You're
it's not
stupid. You're
fake.
dumb as rocks, aren't you?"
Well,
Maybe not as mean as me, but I think he might in the same direction kind of thing. It's like, "Oh, you're fucking severely misunderstood, severely ignorant. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about." He won't curse at them, but I think he'll say that at the core of what he's saying would probably be the same thing that I'm doing right now, where it's like, "You fucking idiot, you dummy." Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, yeah, and but the number one thing he's not doing is not talking to her, and he even went on her show to talk to her about talking to people about ideas they don't agree with. Like he's to me, what he's doing is actually demonstrating that even though I think
It,
most of what he's saying is completely flying past her understanding of this, because especially the way she responds, she barely responds to any of the important
but
points that he's saying.
well, hold on, because it's a little different, and the scenario isn't. I just disagree with you. It's that like your disagreement is to go out and massacre other people. That's the disagreement. That's why it's a little more severe than that. But he is, yes, he is practicing the example he's talking about. I'm saying like, how do you deal with someone who wants to massacre and kill people? Because of the, like, first of all, you got to diagnose it, right? Like, why do they want to kill them? For
Yeah.
what reason? How do you do that, Jesse? Without talking to them at all? You read it in a book somewhere?
Well,
Do you
well,
read it on Twitter? What do you do?
that's why I equate what she's doing, even though it's not. She's not killing anybody, right? Directly, right? Like just, but I equate
Yeah.
the the idea that she's spreading. I equate that to actually making the whole problem worse, and that's why I bring it up in that way. It really prolongs the issue. It doesn't diagnose it, like you said. It doesn't bring you any closer. It separates you more from getting to a solution,
Well,
because nothing she said brings you towards any kind of solution.
yeah. Well, I can't say, once again, stupid things can happen from stupid things. So something stupid can happen, and all of a sudden the genocide ends all of a sudden because something stupid happened, right? That we would, in a vacuum, call stupid. That can happen, for sure. But that's not really the point is to, with something like, let's say these guys are doing harmful military action, and if your solution is strictly military action as a result, what's the actual winner of the thing? It's not the quote unquote I won situation. It's more of, hey, when people do things you don't like, you bring the military in and take them out. Thus, things get better. See, the winner is war. War won. Not them, not their ideas. War won. Force won. I forced them to start behaving the way I want them to behave.
Yeah.
Force wins. Not their ideas. Because if their ideas won, people would just be like, damn, you make sense. I'm going to actually adopt your ideas and like move in that direction. That's what winning actually looks like. But these dummies out here, not even saying savvy, but there's enough dummies out there that think that if you put a gun to their head and say, do this now, they won something. And there's no better example than the creepers we see in government right now doing the same exact shit, right? These idiots think like
Yeah.
the only way to actually stop that is to replicate it and do it to them.
Well, the way I look at this,
Dummies.
and she like, because she's equating the people of the nation to the nation or the state or whatever. She's attributing the state's action to all of the citizens. Like that, she's doing that, like literally.
Yeah.
And a lot of
She's
people,
bouncing a bit, like bouncing around with that. But I get what you're
she
saying.
does,
She's
but
bouncing around in
it
words.
definitely,
I don't think she knows what she's
she
talking
does
about,
go
to be
back
honest
and
with you.
forth, but she's definitely saying that, and 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 it's literal to the point where like you're not shunning the nation, you're shunning a person. So it definitely has that consequence. And I like how if you equate that, then like it's not just the nation of Israel doing that. it's also the nation of the United States doing that, right? Like whether like there's if you can relate that to the people, then you can also relate that to our support of it. Like we're not stopping it.
Yeah.
As a nation. As a nation, we're not stopping it. We could protest it. Yes. Hopefully we change the minds. But uh, should we also hold all the responsibility of that? Should someone shun all Americans for that? Like
Oh yeah,
it,
like her list should be ginormous. And in
see
fact,
all
Cornel was saying that when he was talking to Norman Finkelstein. He was saying that, like, well, if we shun everyone for killing the natives that lived here, all the Americans that did that, right? Or if we shun people for slavery, if we shun people for this, for that, if we do all that shunning, there's no one left to talk to. There's no one left to talk to, except for people you that I guess are in your fucking Patreon supporters. That's who you talk to then. Some of them are probably gonna get nicked too. Fuck, bro. Listen, I hope Sabby is just an innocent in all of this. I hope. I mean, once again, I even apologize for calling her stupid. I apologize. Unless, well, sorry, on this topic, I don't apologize. But in general, I would apologize. On this topic, no, you're a fucking dummy. Sorry. You need to know that you're a fucking dummy on this topic. You haven't thought about it. It's clear as day you haven't fucking thought about it. Honestly. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, it's like, what do you want me to do? If someone brings up raw fucking fish to Gordon Ramsay, does he say, "Oh, well, if I look at it a different way, it's not so raw anymore"? Or does he go, "Yo, this is raw"? Like, I don't care about me. You want me to serve this to another person where they get fucking sick? Is that what you want me to do? It's insulting. You think I'm that stupid? I let this raw shit get out to a customer and they get fucking sick from it? You're causing harm to another fucking person, you idiot. Because of your fuck ups. It has to be said, Sabby Sabs. It has to be. I'm sure there's nicer people about it. But sometimes someone has to be a Gordon Ramsay around this bitch, bro. Let's be honest. Someone's got to be mean. Someone's got to be mean. Like, yo, it's not about my pride. Like, you could be harming someone, you dummy. That's why I have to let you, like, beat it into your fucking head. You can't serve raw fucking fish like that. It ain't a sushi bar. You can't serve raw fucking chicken. That could kill someone. You understand that yet? Let's keep it going. Here we go.
And I know that you like to look for love and peace and things, but at this point in time, I would say it's love and peace that got us in this direction. Israel should have been
same thing as dumb fuck. What's his name? Nick Socialist MMA. Same fucking narrative. Did you guys have a little powwow meeting or something? You have a meeting about this? Was he repeating you or you repeating him? Or is there someone else that you're repeating? I love when blobs talk the same fucking words together. Where's your individuality at? Huh? Sorry, I don't know if she fucking consorted with other people and like came up with these ideas of these counter arguments, but they're still poor. They're dog shit. I heard dumb fuck Nick telling me like, "Oh, well, we got here because of your generation. That's why we're here." You chumming it up and palling it around with these guys, which there's some argument there. I will say that there is some argument there for maybe Cornel and his behavior with politicians. There's some argument there. Fine. But to say peace and love is the reason why things are fucked up is, I mean, below the earth stupid. Fuck. Can I trade you out for a caveman so some fucking brains can show up? Peace and love are the cause of all the problems? Are you fucking kidding me? Who told you? Like, where do you get that from?
not afraid to shut it all down. this is not a kumbaya moment. And I know
I've heard that before, by the way.
You like to
Someone's
look for
calling
love
kumbaya.
and peace and things, but
You guys
at
have
this
fucking
point in
meetings
time,
about
I would
this
say
shit or
it's
something?
love and peace that got us in this direction. Israel should have been shunned a long time ago. JFK had the right idea when he said that he wanted to, he wanted to question this nuclear weapons that they were building in Israel, when he wanted to push back against that. I just think that now is not the time
more
for
evidence
that.
for that.
Now is not the time to say, let's sit back and see if they want to change. Now is the time to shun Israel.
Who the fuck is saying that, Sabby? I didn't hear Cornel say that. Are you like listening when he's talking? Sit back and let them do shit? That's it. Dude, this is the same exact arguments I've gotten from people when I say, like, yeah, man, we shouldn't just grab guns and shoot up the government and then take it over. So what do you expect us to do? Nothing? Like, you think it's either that idea or nothing? Are you that fucking stupid? Who are these fucking people, bro? What was that shit you said it before, Aunt? She's gonna lead them right to an empty warehouse, and someone's gonna yell, "Freeze! Get on your fucking knees!" You're going away for a long time, pal. She's gonna jimmy that fool into a warehouse. Hey, guys, go right here. Right through that doorway, right there. Go ahead, walk through it. There'll be nothing but feds sitting around. Just freeze! Get on the ground. That's a joke. I'm not saying she's a fed. I think she would snitch, though. She would. Being honest with you. Sorry, for me, peace and love is why I can't snitch on people. That's what stops me from doing that. Hand one criminal off to other criminals is not my idea of fixing things and making the world a better place. Dummies. She's not listening to what the guy's saying. That's why, like, if you saw Cornel's reaction, it's like, who the fuck said that? He's so much nicer about it than I am. But if I could tag in here, but yo, Cornel, go get a coffee. Let me sit in your seat for a little bit. Who the fuck said that, Sabby? It's like pre-programmed fucking questions and responses to this guy. Pre-fucking programmed. That's what it sounds like. Kumbaya. Like, these are like catchphrases I hear other motherfuckers use. That was used with me, by the way. Oh, what were you saying? Do like a kumbaya thing? Like, fuck, who are these idiots? Where'd they come from? Are they building you in labs somewhere? Who are these fucking people? Yeah. Love that. Go sell that on a t-shirt, Sabby. Peace and love is not the answer. Go sell that one. If it works, hey, man, I'll wait for the aliens. Or Jesus or something, or Buddha to float down from the fucking sky. Because that means we lost. We failed. The creepy crawlers that want to terraform the earth to their psyches, it worked on you. If the answer is not peace and love, it worked on you. Not brand name peace and love, but actual peace and actual love. The actual thing. If you got tricked out of thinking that's the answer, then your dumb fuck daddies that you don't even know, they got you. The little creepy crawlers, the little terraform the earth in their own ideology or their own behavior patterns, the Netanyahus, the Trumps, the Bidens, the whoever the fuck face is in Saudi Arabia, like, or any country. That means they won. They owned your psyche, you dummy. And yes, someone has to yell at you because you might harm other people with your dumb fucks bullshit. The lamb is raw. Someone can get fucking sick. You idiot. It's not about me. It's about the customers, you dummy. You fucking donkey. There we go.
I would say it's love and peace that got us in this direction. Israel should have been shunned a long time ago. JFK had the right idea when he said that he wanted to, he wanted to question this nuclear weapons that they were building in Israel, when he wanted to push back against that. I just think that now is not the time for that. Now is not the time to say, let's sit back and see if they want to change. Now is the time to shun Israel for what it is, and anybody who believes in that
She's
Zionist
dumb.
rhetoric,
Cornel knows
I
it.
think
That's
that's what
Cornel.
we need. We need a radical form of politics. I said the same thing right now with Zohar Mandami. You know, he ran saying one thing, and now he's starting to backpedal too, because even Bernie Sanders came to him and told him, cooling on the Israel rhetoric. There is a genocide taking place. And I keep hearing all these people trying to make excuses for what is happening. I keep hearing people trying to make it seem like Israel, that we should give some type of support towards this genocidal state. And
is Cornel up here saying, well, listen, first of all, Sabby, Israel has the right to exist. Is that what Cornel's fucking saying? She can't even diagnose this guy versus Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders or these other people. I mean, if she is, she probably can't even put it into words. Well, your stature means I judge you this way. This guy's stature, I judge him that way. Instead of like actually looking at people. Meaning she might be dehumanizing everyone she talks to. Which is scary. I'm not going to call her a creeper because like that could be some childish thing. But guess what? Go back to fucking kid. Like, go figure it out then. We're going to hold up the fucking restaurant because you can't cook fucking fish? You kidding me? Go back to culinary school and learn how to fucking do it. Then come join the adults. Then put chef on your fucking label. But instead, we're on YouTube, right? It's a fucking popularity contest. It's not actually about actual substance. People don't actually care about that, apparently. I mean, I'm sure some do, right? Like, I care. I'm sure maybe a lot of people do. But they can't, if you don't do the work to tell the difference between, like, substance and someone just doing slogans for you, like, what are we doing? What's the point of it then, at that point? What is the point then? Here we go.
And the reality is, this is not just a Netanyahu issue. It's Zionism. It's the teachings. It's what they believe. It's what they want. And from my experience, what I have learned is that even if you say, okay, well, let me try to talk to them, which people have done, Max Blumenthal has done, right? Professor Morandi has done.
Okay.
They've tried these things over and time again in the past to try to get them to understand what you are believing is a racist, supremacist ideology. They don't want to hear it.
So if you walk up to someone and you said, you're a racist dumb fuck conditioned by a racist society, and you're committing their horrible crimes in their name because you're also racist because of it, and they don't respond to you nicely, is that what you're going with? Like, no shit. No shit. You're dealing with people. I'll say, hey, listen. Well, I don't use the word racist, but I'd let them know what the fuck's going on. I'd do my best. And my best is maybe not the best, but it's my best. But using like certain rhetoric where it's like kind of inflammatory terms like that, like, yeah, they're probably going to be like, fuck you, and walk away. Although I would probably get that too, right? Granted, I think I do have I say a point in the middle of what I'm saying. I also try to make sure the other person knows they're safe. Like, yeah, I don't hate you as a person, but you're acting like a dumb fuck. And that's my opinion. And I'm letting you know you're a dumb fuck. At least on this topic, you're a fucking dummy. And yes, that might hurt your feelings. But guess what? If I'm a dumb fuck on something, someone can tell me about that. And I would accept their opinion as me being a dumb fuck on something. Whether I agree or disagree about like the actual opinion, it's whatever, but I would accept them calling me a dumb. Okay, fine. Call me a dumb fuck. That's okay in my world. Granted, not everyone's okay with that. The point is, when you say like racist or this or that, yeah, the language might be a turnoff for certain people. So when you confront them and tell them that they're racist, they may be like, I'm not fucking racist. Fuck you. I'm just saying. So, like, if you're, like, say inflammatory words, like, expect possibly they're going to be like, fuck off. Now, does that mean that they are what you say they are because they walked away from you because you called them a fucking racist? No. This means maybe they got insulted by the word racist or anything like that, right? Right? If you thought about it, Sabby, have you thought about it? Huh? Pretty fucking simple. Pretty simpleton concept. There we go.
No, I hear what you're saying, but first I want to be very clear, though. One, that I am in no way calling for a kumbaya moment whatsoever.
It feels like it.
It sounds
Well,
like
it shouldn't feel like it.
it sounds like the exact opposite. As in, hey, if these guys are doing this, I'm going to say this regardless. But if they want to sit and listen, they can. You want to sit and listen? You want to argue back? Please go ahead. But I'm going to say what I say because it's what I believe. Versus, I guess, Sabby's point of view, which is, all right, you're saying that? Let me just cover my ear, plug my ears up, and walk away. Forgive me for pausing the video so many times. It's just, I have opinions, as you can tell. Here we go.
You are believing is a racist, supremacist ideology. They don't want to hear it.
No, I
are
I hear what you're
racist.
saying, but first I want to be very
What if they
clear,
don't believe
though.
that?
One, that I am in no way calling for a kumbaya moment whatsoever.
It feels like it.
It's
Well,
not
it
that.
shouldn't
It doesn't,
feel like
doesn't
it. I
sound
don't
like
see
it.
what kind of evidence it is. You see my
Where's the
voice,
evidence?
my body, my time, my energy, raising voices with all kind of threats coming at me for the last 10 years, and you call that kumbaya? There's no way in the God's heaven that's kumbaya.
AKA,
None
you're stupid, Sabby.
whatsoever.
Dumb as shit.
Kumbaya is thinking that somehow the only way of talking is having some nice little Thanksgiving dinner together. That's kumbaya. When somebody's out there taking risks, cutting against the grain, raising their voices, when I'm the advisor for the Students for Justice in Palestine at Harvard, just like I was for the Kuumba singers, right? And I'm here, I see all the racist remarks of black students. I go to the administration and say, I want more protection for the black students. I don't get too much. That we can't even find a room at Harvard for the Palestinian students, fighting for the Palestinian students. And then, of course, once the encampments are there, I'm there. And then it's the Jewish students who get the privilege for protection. I say, no, this is sick. This is hypocrisy, not simply as in the abstract, but because I've seen it for myself as an activist, as a participant. That's not kumbaya at all, my dear sister. Don't confuse talk about love with somehow it being a kumbaya, a strategy to fighting for justice.
Hey, it's fucking plain as day and simple. Once again, even if he doesn't even practice, I don't even know. What if Cornel doesn't even practice these ideas? The way he's describing it is on point. The words, to me, at least when it hits my ears, are on point. If there's a collection of students that are, let's say, IDF guys, and they're super duper hardcore pro-Israel, you kill the Palestinians, like, let's say they're that hardcore, right? My answer isn't to go up to, oh, let's sit around the campfire and listen. I think one thing, you think another. Let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya together. Is that anywhere near my shit? No. Well, all right, whatever. I won't repeat myself. I already described it before. Like with guys like Dubster, all right? It's been said before. Or Matt Hunter. And even, sorry, Matt Hunter. Dubster's way more intelligent than you are, in my humble opinion. I think Dubster outflanks you by quite a bit. But and he trolls a lot too. But whatever. The point is, it isn't like I still treat Dubster or Matt Hunter like they're fucking people. Duh. Because peace and love do win the fucking day. They do. They do win. When your little pseudo-revolution folds, Sabby Sabs, love wins. Every fucking time. There's the idea, like, people can't evade doing, like, bad things or sinning or doing something evil. Love is even harder to fucking shake. Good luck with that one. Go shake that one. I dare you to. Even when motherfuckers, let's say, kill their own conscience to do horrible things in the world, they still have to pretend they like love or peace. They have to pretend about it. I'm not calling them pure evil. They're still people, right? But even those guys have to pretend there's some sense of love, even if they don't actually feel it. Well, you know, maybe they did feel it at some point in their life. And I definitely think they could feel it if they wanted to. But, you know, they're pussies. You know, they're cowards. It is what it is. I'm just saying, like, love wins every fucking time. I'm tired of peace and love. What the fuck do you mean by that, Sabby? I don't believe you. We're done with that? Please, make a fucking explanation for yourself. She doesn't have one. She's getting rolled right now, by the way, by Cornel and myself. Not even bragging, just straight up. It's the case. You're getting rolled. And I heard the arguments of some of the other Fred Hampton, borrowed his name, motherfuckers, whoever they are. Yeah, I heard them too. Or not all of them. I heard one of the guys. I heard the socialist MMA guy, Nick guy. Like, yeah, sorry, he ain't got the answers for that either. So what do? Do you force this dumb fuck answer to be the case? Do you force it to be that way? For what? A group? A team? Subscribers? Patreon members? Or do you actually try to listen? Because I've heard your fucking ideas that you borrowed from someone else. I've heard them already. Here we go. Good luck,
Fighting
Cornel.
for
Good luck.
justice means you put your body on the line the way you do and many others, but don't think that somehow kumbaya means you're not putting your body on the line. You're not speaking the truth. You're not pursuing justice with every bone in your body, every fiber in your body. No, not at all. I mean, we can put it this way. Let's put it this way, that
chill out, sip a coffee.
look at the history of black people in terms of 90-some% of white folks supporting slavery. Now, do you think Frederick Douglass was kumbaya just because he was a Christian and he was calling for love tied to justice? No, they got a bounty on his head. You think Ida B. Wells Barnett was a Christian and she's calling for kumbaya? No, they got a bounty on her head against Jim Crow, right? So that kumbaya does not mean, talking about love does not mean kumbaya at all, but it's still different. And here I disagree with you. When you say there's no humanity where people are oppressing folks, I think you downplay just how vicious human beings have been and are to each other. They're still humans when they do that. They're not humane, I agree, but they're still humans. If you read out of humanity.
By the way, that's kind of the way I say evil. Like I'm very careful with the word evil. I don't call people evil. I say actions are. And you know what? As I'm sniping down evil, the ideas, as I'm samurai sword chopping the fucking head off of evil, if you're standing next to him, you're going to get the same shit too. If you attach yourself to that idea, it's going to look like I'm shitting on you hardcore. It will look that way. But in reality, I'm like actually shitting on the idea. You're just in love and infatuated with the dumb fuck idea. It's a riddle, don't worry. Here we go. And by the way, I didn't mean violence by that, but metaphorically, symbolically, yes, it's very violent. Imagine you had a perceived idea of the world and someone's just like ripping it to fucking shreds. It's pretty violent, isn't it? But I like violence on that level. If you're a pussy, you're a pussy. Like, just walk away. All right, here we go.
To each other. They're still humans when they do that. They're not humane, I agree, but they're still humans. If you read out of humanity, all of the people who have participated, been complicitous with structures of oppression, there's not too many left, my dear sister. Not at all.
But that's the point. That's the point, Dr. West. And
What's
this
the
is
point?
where the whole allyship comes in. And this
Yes,
is something
yes.
I had to learn. Like, I had to learn this myself. I used to believe, and I've said it before on the show multiple times, I used to believe, like, no, we could just work with anybody and figure all that other stuff out later. I used to believe that.
Who the fuck is saying that, Sabby? Oh, you just put the stuff aside and... What? Your actual topic is about what Israel's doing to Gaza, right? What the military and the government is doing to Gaza, right? So if someone disagrees with you on that thing, what are you putting aside? Actually, ironically, it'd be putting aside their humanity to say, let's not talk to them. Let's put away the sense that this guy eats breakfast or has kids or has parents or has people he loves, like, dearly. Let's put that aside because they believe this about Gaza or Israel. Like, I would never do, like, that's incomplete. It's a misdiagnosis. It actually fucks up your actual answer when you misdiagnose things. You're the doctor who, with a patient that comes in with a broken arm and you're sawing their fucking legs off. Then you're mad that people are complaining about it. Dummy. Here we go.
But then I had my own experience with that. And what I understand is people have to come correct. One of the things that I learned
Correct to
from
you?
the Black Panthers, from Fred Hampton in particular, when he decided to collaborate with the Young Patriots, with the Young Lords, in particular with the Young Patriots, he told them that they had to denounce their racist ways first. And not everybody agreed. Not everyone in the Young Patriots was on board for that. Not everyone in the Black Panthers was on board, from what I understand, with this coalition building. So some people left, right? But the point that Fred Hampton made is that how are you?
I don't believe
You
you,
have
Sabby.
to have some type of respect for me as a person.
Yes.
And they don't. They don't have respect
I
for the
don't believe you, Sabby.
Palestinian people. They don't have respect for, and we showed it on this show. They don't have respect for Black people either. And what I'm saying is, I think, and when we look back through history, if we wanted to compare the two, if we looked at Martin Luther King and we looked at Malcolm X, when I was younger, when I was growing up, I was taught that Martin Luther King
Another cliche
had the right
stereotype.
ideology and he was the peaceful
Boring.
one and that was the way to go. But as I got older and I did my own research, I looked back on things and I realized that I think Malcolm X had the right ideology. And even Martin Luther King.
Say the fucking thing. Say the thing, Sabby. You're not saying it. Say it. Say it out loud. Also, I don't believe you. Not about your own sense of maturation from one idea to another. Not that. I think if you were on CNN, if you were invited to CNN to be on a panel with everyone else disagrees with you on Israel, Gaza, they're all raving fucking Zionists or whatever the fuck, right? I think you'd accept the invitation. I believe that. I really do. I think you'd show up. The reasons? We'll see. We'll see. Here we go.
Later on started to realize maybe I didn't go about it the right way. Maybe the peaceful idea was not the thing to do. Martin Luther King believed that even the people were sitting up there and bashing them in their heads, sicking dogs on them, hosing them down. And he believed we got to do this in a peaceful way while they were getting the crap beaten out of them. And Malcolm X took a different strategy. And I do believe this is why in schools we were taught that Malcolm X was militant and his strategy was not the right one. But in the end, Malcolm X, he was trying to tell people, no, like we are at a point right now where we need radicalism. I just do not feel like trying to find.
Like, did you just listen to what she just fucking said? She said, well, Malcolm, Martin, yeah, it wasn't the way. It was actually Malcolm's way. And we even have textbooks today that call him, radical and shit on him and all that stuff. And so we need radicalization. There was no reasoning behind it. No nothing. No details about any of it. No quotes. No nothing. Just saying it. Like she borrowed it from somewhere. And it's like, come on, Sabby.
No W's either.
Yeah. Like, come on, dude. I'm sorry. I think she's extremely dumb. Extremely dumb. But she's smarter than this. Like, this is like bottom of the barrel. Come on. Repeating slogans from other people, repeating cliches from other people. Come on, dude. I don't know about Martin, but that Malcolm guy? All right. With no reasoning behind it. It sounds like a fucking catchphrase. You might as well be arguing for me to drink Sprite, Sabby. That's how the depth of your argumentation is. It's really refreshing. And lemon and lime. That's all I'm fucking hearing, Sabby. Come on, dude. It's like extremely disappointing. And then you're talking, sorry, my humble opinion, I think you're talking down to a guy who has thought about it at least a little bit. Centuries beyond you. But relatively speaking, at least a little bit, at the very least. Yo, we can't do it like Martin. We gotta do it like Malcolm. Revolution. We need revolution. No nothing to it. Come on, dude. Fucking hell. She's serving Gordon Ramsay toast and scrambled eggs, and they're not cooked that good.
She burned her toast too.
Well, that's to be seen later on, because people can talk all the words they want to. I'm gonna see what they fucking do. But for now, it's bland toast and bland scrambled eggs. Bland. No seasoning. Nothing to it.
It's
Fucking
about the salt.
some dumb fuck on North Street can just say what she's saying. What's the difference, Sabby? You get paid for it. That's the difference so far. That's the only difference I see. You get paid for it versus Bob on North Street who doesn't get paid for it.
Sabby, she don't care about money, Jordan. She's in it for the good. She's in the good fight, right? She don't care about money. You sure?
Okay.
You sure about that?
We'll see.
Fair enough.
We'll see. All right, here we go.
Find a way to look for humanity and people
You're right. What the fuck
who
is
are
happening?
pro-genocide
It's a
is
refresh.
going to get us in the right direction that we need to go in.
You're right.
And I
Maybe
feel
I
like
should
we
have
have
recorded that
moved in
shit.
a way
Fuck.
to try to be peaceful. And I feel like it
Copyright
hasn't
thing's
really
kinda
gotten
gross.
us far. And that is my big concern. How did we get here? How did we get here to this
Yes,
point
good
where
question,
Israel is
Sabby.
allowed to do what they do, where they're allowed to genocide a whole group of people, even though the world protested against it? How did we get to this point?
Well, let's be honest. Things that were happening before October 7th, right? And let's be honest. A lot of people had their brains turned off for it. Let's be honest. There's a lot of people that bought into bad ideas and went along with it. Right? Let's just be honest about that. And it's like, well, how do you fix that, Sabby? How do you like preemptively stop that from happening? From people being mind melted into supporting some country for whatever reasons, and then one day they do some like very anti-human actions, right? Like killing in mass and all that shit. Now they're mad, but like how they got there was like all the little falling asleep beforehand. How do you stop that, Sabby?
You reverse it. Do it the other way. Get the other guys to kill them.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, let's do that.
Just flip it over. How do you start a revolution? You kill those in power as they kill those who weren't in power. Now you're in power, killing those who are in power. It's a
Okay.
circle.
Okay. Got it.
You're just gonna kill different parts of the population. They killed a certain part of the population. You're gonna kill another part of the population.
Oh, okay. So, that makes sense.
And you may garner power and money from that.
And I think peace and love would like just gets in the way. You know what I'm saying?
Look, that's the cause of all of life's problems. Peace and love.
Okay.
We gotta get that out. We gotta get that out of the equation.
Okay.
Let's bring death and destruction.
Here's the thing. She said, okay, the whole peace and love thing, like, it didn't work. Maybe she means like hippy dippy style things. Maybe she means that. But it's like, that sounds like you borrowed that from somewhere instead of thinking about it, Sabby. Like,
You know what, Jordan?
uh,
I think she read The Art of War. Now she's ready.
she
I
read the
think
art
that's
of the
what happened.
deal.
The Art of the Deal and The Art of War, both great books. And the Bible. She read all three.
Okay. Well,
First Testament.
okay. Well, my opinion is, Sabby, go instead of pretending like you looked into something, like actually go look into something, then report back. I beg you to do that. I beg you to.
But Jordan, she has 100K subs. She looked into shit. What do you mean? You go look into shit. Maybe
Okay.
you'll get 100K subs. She obviously knows all the topics up and down because she has 100K subs and she has all these amazing guests on. She knows she did her homework. That's why she's in the position she's in, and that's why she's making real change.
Okay.
She's changing hearts and minds. Where? I don't know, but she's changing hearts and minds.
What makes this worse is that I listened to the Nick guy, and it's like, oh my god, do you guys coordinate? You guys DM each other? Like, okay, it's time to talk about Cornel West. Is that what's
Be
going
honest,
on
Jordan.
here?
We've been in cliques where people do that. And in my opinion, smarter people than these guys. People thought about it a little longer than these guys did. And they do the same thing.
I'll be these new YouTuber like viewers, the new YouTube viewers, right? They have no idea of the people that we were talking to in here. They have no fucking clue. Not a fucking clue. And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it being a mystery. Just leave it there.
Well, it's better that way.
Shout out to Nico. All right, here we go.
Well, we got to this point because we didn't have strong enough progressive and courageous people who had strong enough organizations, and you had gangsters in status quos that were willing to kill them and assassinate them and crush their organizations because they had more power. So that's truthful. How did we get to the point of fascism in America? It's the same thing.
She has no answer.
Enough people who've been able to come together and organize and be strong enough in the face of the gangsters and thugs who have police and guns and bombs and propaganda in their educational systems and find complicity in the mainstream media that don't want to tell the truth.
Too much detail.
So that it becomes difficult to be victorious. I mean, that we can tell a larger story, but that's the sketch of the story there. But that has nothing to do, again, with kumbaya, though. You see, I mean, Martin King and Fannie Lou Hamer, who were not just Christians, but had a strong love ethic. It begins not with love of the enemy. It begins with love of your own people. And in any conception of love of the enemy is recognizing they are human beings because they have greed, because they have hatred, and acknowledge that Black folk, we ourselves, also have greed and hatred in us. That when your mother in church talked about love everybody, she wasn't talking just about these white supremacists. Sometimes she was talking about the sister on the other side of the church who was mistreating her. Because they could be mean. Black folk could be full of greed. Black folk could be full of hatred with each other. When Fred Hampton was talking about white allies, he also knew he had black spies from the FBI on the inside facilitating his killing, right? So that's what humanity is. The fact that we all are struggling with greed, with hatred, and for Black folk with self-hatred because of the power of the white supremacy that's been drilled into us, and we have to find
I don't struggle with that, Cornel.
Strategies that push that fear, push that white supremacy out of us, so that when you juxtapose Martin and Malcolm, actually, I'm with you. I agree much more with Malcolm X because I'm not a pacifist. Martin King means the world to me, but I'm not a pacifist. He was.
Wait, Sabby, what now? Like, what do you do now? What do you do with that? It almost seems like concerted, right? And it's like we saw Jimmy Dore go after this guy too. Where it's like, huh, okay, what are we doing here? What's going on here? It's like a little bit sus there. I'm just saying. But maybe Anthony's working on me. Pause. Make me think sus right now. These fucking fools. Here we go.
Tutu and I were right there in South Africa at the funerals where we were being shot at. He was a pacifist too. I'm not a pacifist, but I am a Christian. So I believe in self-defense. I believe in just war. When Mandela founded Spirit of Nation, what did he say? We must move into a violent form of resistance, but they were killing what?
Nelson or
mainly
Cornel
they were attacking property, and if they attacked anybody,
I'm your real enemy, Sabby Sabs.
It was not civilians. Why?
Leave Cornel alone.
Mandela also happened to be a Christian. People don't talk about
Leave
that.
Cornel
but he
alone.
was.
I'm the real enemy.
And I gave the Mandela lecture in 2006. So it's not a question of Martin versus Malcolm. Somehow Martin was kumbaya or peaceful at all. He was a pacifist, so he did not believe in killing, but he was fighting intensely, and he knew they were trying to kill him. Malcolm, never a pacifist, but early on, Malcolm said what? No white folk at all will ever be allies. Even John Brown, they said, nope, no way. He changed his mind. How come? He's forever growing and wrestling and maturing in his own way. But what's beautiful about both of them? They loved us. They were willing to die for us. That's something we should never forget, because no matter what color people are, there's only a slice of people who love like that and who are willing to die for us. I agree with you about what's going on.
That's an interesting take right there. No matter where you come from, my translation in my own little filter, there's only a small amount of savages. Let's be honest. There's a few and far between. And good luck everyone noticing that. First, they usually kill them. Then they're like, oh, wait, this guy was really awesome. But when they're alive, they do nothing for them, or nothing with them, or nothing about that, right? No sense of moving towards their ideas. It just becomes like some sort of weird ritual of build someone up, kill them, praise them. That's what fucking dummies do. Yo, where you at, Sabby? Why you look like she about to cry or something? What's up, Sabby? Where you at? Her face looks like you about to cry or something? What's going on here?
I feel like she got a 7 o'clock appointment. She like, yo, this dude talking too much.
She looks kind of pissed. Almost.
Yeah, cause she about to go over time. She got somewhere to be.
Well, she said the cliche, right? Of, well, I like Malcolm more than Martin. Then Cornell's like, well, Malcolm learned later on in life, like he evolved. He learned that, like, yo, I can talk to whoever I want to talk to. And maybe Sabby don't like that. I don't know.
No offense.
Oh God.
No offense, but some like pudgy, never had any problems in her life. Medea Benjamin runs circles around this lady. Circles.
I mean, Medea throws herself into trouble. I'm not saying I agree with everything she does, but she does throw herself into trouble.
Neither. Me neither. But I know where she stands.
Yeah.
I could count on her to do a certain thing every time in a certain scenario. I don't know what the fuck Sabby would do in certain scenarios.
I kind of want to watch indie movies with Medea Benjamin. I'm into that. Cornel, you're invited. Maybe I'm a old soul or something.
Yeah, I don't condone everything. I don't condone every stance Medea's taking, but
nah, me neither. At all.
I can definitely see an earnest attempt that I don't see in this woman.
Yeah. Same with Cornel, right?
Same thing with Cornel.
I feel like there's an effort being made, and there was years put behind it and thought put behind it, versus I'd rather be Malcolm than Martin. Is that good enough, guys? Your audience, is that good enough of a statement for you? I don't care what race you are. Is that good enough? It's not good enough. We know that. Come on. Chicken nuggets and french fries to Gordon Ramsay. Like, hey, Gordon, here's some chicken nuggets and french fries. Poorly cooked.
What I see here is
Come on.
an immovable object talking to a cheap folding chair.
Fuck my life. Those old school lawn chairs, bro. Fuck my life.
The windows close that chair. A decent wind. 20-mile-per-hour winds closing that chair.
Fuck my life, dude. All right. Because I look at her, I see the stripes on her shirt. I'm like, are those old school fucking lawn chairs with the blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, like the fucking barbecue chairs. When you got the barbecue going in the backyard. Oh fuck! All right, here we go.
In New York, brother Chris Smalls, who's my dear brother. You probably seen some of my social media on him, and I just did a thing on what me and Tabitha show, the Smiley
to his own
West show that we do every Monday and Thursday. And here he is risking his life, and yet he's a hero to Bernie and AOC, and he can't hear a mumbling word from them. That is sheer cowardliness on behalf of Brother Bernie and Sister AOC. They're cowards when it comes to some of these fundamental issues.
What now, Sabby?
You see how hollow certain dimensions of their progressivism really is.
Wait, Sabby, but what do you do now? What happens? What do we do with this? By the way, I brought this up on Sunday, and we're like, yo, look at Cornel's background. Look at her background. I mean, come on. Come on, son. One has lived this life. One is very pink.
Cards on the table. Like, please. Give me a break.
All right, here we go.
And is there a chance of Soran being pushed to the center? Well, all this talk with Obama and Axelrod showing up and all the Obama followers now flocking to him, it looks like he could easily be just another version of AOC in terms of making his way into the power precincts and beginning to adjust to injustice. We got to keep him accountable. Absolutely right. There's no doubt about that. But that's not a question at all, again, of a kumbaya sensibility connected with myself. I mean, I know I'm accenting this because you use that language, and it really kind of gets me fired up because
yeah, you should wreck her ship for that.
I understood my life as kumbaya, I would have far less wounds and bruises and scars. Believe me.
It's the brother.
Yeah. It just boiled down his shit. By the way, just like with Hinkle debating, we talked about, like, we didn't talk about this exact debate, but like Hinkle with Voss, or Vosh, not Voss, Vosh, the horse porn anime guy. I remember seeing like Hinkle's eyes dropping and drooping in a direction on camera. Now maybe it's him. I think we brought it up before, or maybe Sabby Sabs is. She sees Cornel's face on a different screen or something, like away from her, so she's looking at it. And she's kind of like maybe a little bit talking to that, possibly. Or someone's feeding her shit. Just like I think Hinkle was being fed shit as he was debating Vosh. Humble opinion. Sorry, forgive me.
Gotta be honest, if someone's feeding her shit, they're doing a terrible job.
Imagine it's Ninja Turtle Nick. That's just that fuckface.
Well, it's really
Imagine it's him doing it.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Her producer sounds smarter than Nick.
Honestly, if you pay attention to her specifically, her eyes keep bouncing down to the lower left the screen every couple seconds and
Just got
then
wall hacks.
back up
She
straight.
might be reading chat. She might be.
I think that if you read
She's
chat,
talking
it
now.
takes you more than a second. It just bounces. It's not like when somebody reads. I don't know. It's just distracting how up and down her eyes are.
Okay, fair enough. I should be curious because she seems a little bit prepped. Not prepped as in like she can't like do this off the top of her fucking head, but maybe someone's DMing her while watching this and telling her like, "Oh, try this or say this." I'm just saying. All right, here we go.
Wounds and bruises and scars, believe me.
It's the brother and sister thing, right? Like
It's
it's
the language
The
itself.
brother and sister
yeah,
thing?
it's the brother and sister thing. But I do want to get back to the panel.
It's so stupid. Like, it's my language. All right. She's like, oh yeah.
She has nothing to add, dude. She has nothing to say.
I know. Nothing.
Class.
It's the brother and sister thing. Okay, never mind. It's not the brother and sister thing. I'm moving on from that. Like, come on, dude. All right, here we go.
Y'all, I would have far less wounds and bruises and scars, believe me.
It's the brother and sister thing, right? Like it's
the language itself.
Yeah, it's the brother and sister thing, but I do want to get back to the panel because Norm Finkelstein, the question he was asking is if those students should shun the pro-Israel students. And there was a disagreement there between the two of you. And I think a lot of people have covered this. A lot of people covered that conversation. But there was a disagreement there between the two of you. And from what we gathered, it appeared to us that you were saying, no, you shouldn't shun them because then you end up becoming like you end up behaving like the oppressors.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, again, it's the question of what kinds of shunning we're talking about. And he and I talked about this. See, as a professor, I know I'm going to have a variety of different kinds of students in my classes. So, for example, if I have a Zionist in my class as a student, should I shun that student because they are Zionists? I say no, not at all. When your students are in your class, they come from a variety of different ideologies. When I first arrived at Harvard and Princeton, if I shunned the white supremacists, it would be a very, very small group I ever interact with. We ain't even talk about male supremacists in this regard. But will I speak my mind in terms of Zionist ideology generating this kind of genocide? Of course I will. Generating this kind of ethnic cleansing? Of course I will.
Look at that.
Will I bite my tongue when I talk about apartheid policies of the Israeli state? Of course I'll speak that truth. And the Zionist student would be right there. But I'm not that different than shunning. You speak your truth, then you say, well, let's hear what kind of counter arguments people have.
Oh my God, it's like you have like balls and courage and honor about it. Wow. You be yourself around everyone? Wow. What a crazy idea. You know what? That can't be the answer. Peace, love, and being yourself are not the answer. Imagine that.
That's a particular context in which voices need to be brought together for serious kind of critical discussion.
Sabby's our fucking hero, guys.
But
okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Well, but I think you're speaking about yourself as a professor. Norm was talking about the other students.
The other
students. Right.
What?
Oh, I see. What I mean, the thing.
It sounded like he said some like human shit, right? Like, this is what I do as a person. Regardless as like it's gonna be wreckage. But I'll hit play here. Norm's talking about student to student. It's like, so you wouldn't just say your ideas in front of anyone? And this is why it's wreckage, because she's gonna work hard to make sure like even that is not really actually doable. She'll bring that up. What if they call you anti-Semitic, huh? Here we go.
But Norm was talking.
Does that make sense to you?
Well, but I think you're speaking about yourself as a professor. Norm was talking about the other students.
The
other students.
Right. Oh, I see. I see. Well, I mean, the thing is, I told him. He asked me quite explicitly. He said, "Well, would you shun baby killers?" I said, "Well, I wouldn't just shun them, but I could lose my Holy Ghost and actually go about crushing them, but in the name of Jesus. But I know I wouldn't be acting Christian because I'm a human being too. I got gangster in me. I got hatred in me.
Said it about
I've got
dumbfuck yesterday.
proclivities that I ought to have more
Dilbert.
control over, but I know I don't. So if I were a student rather than a professor, would I shun certain folk who justify killing babies? I wouldn't spend time with them. No, not at all. Would I engage them if they wanted to? Well, sure, I would. That's why I disagreed. I told him I think there is a sense in which I don't really view shunning as part of my way of life. I like to interact with a variety of different folk, but I'm very clear about where I stand. And if they have a strong critique of it, I want to hear what it is, and I will respond. So I still disagree with him in that sense, even though, of course, he and I agree on a whole host of things when it comes to his critiques of imperialism and capitalism, and his love of W.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson and Paul Sweezy and a number of towering friends, Annette Rubinstein and Stanley Aronowitz and a host of others.
I think also Norm Finkelstein has said, don't say, what was the word he said not say? Don't say anti-Israel, say anti-Zionist, I think might have been the idea. Like, say that instead because they'll use anti-Israel against you versus Zionism. Damn it, I forgot. I might be fucking that up, honestly. Or maybe say like anti-genocide instead of saying anti-Zionist, so that you don't do like strategically to not get assumed as anti-Semitic. I think he gave out that advice, which is like matter-of-fact shit, but if you talk the way you talk, and you have the courage for it, you'll say what you say. And then the world might react a certain way to it, but you say what you say, because that's your idea of things, and even if you can like wholeheartedly explain every little detail of every little thing you believe in, you still might end up on the cross. Yes, as in like that guy, right? Who's like, he's all loving, he can walk on water, he can do magic powers, he can treat everyone as like people and innocents and love them no matter what, and he still got strung up on a fucking cross. Whether it's a story or like the idea of that can still happen, right? People can treat like shit. So.
Well, essentially, being strategic could be filtering yourself from who you really are, or limiting who you really are through the lens of your surroundings, your environment, etc., etc.
Which is not important for people that treat you like shit, anyways. It's more for It's more for people that like you. If you're lying to who you are to them, you are dishonoring them. Actually, so the point is like to be real around everyone 24/7, because maybe they do become someone who likes you or hates you or whatever the fuck, right? At least they know what they're hating or know what they're loving. Right?
Yeah, you'd want the most earnest reaction at all times.
Yes.
Whether it hurts or not.
Real. Yes, you want it to be real.
Whether it's pleasure or pain.
And let's be honest, we're not all gonna make it. It is what it is. If you're on like that love level, that ultimate empathy, on those levels, if you're there, not everyone's gonna make it. It is what it is. It is what it is. But that's the pill that good people swallow. Pause. That's what happens. That's why the savages are fucking savages. They're not, as Nick MMA calls them, liars or cowards. No. It's the exact opposite. It's the ultimate courage. But dumb fuck can't figure that shit out.
I've seen that man be a coward around.
Because he's probably a coward himself.
I've seen that man be a coward around people many a times.
At least in
specifically
certain scenarios,
specifically one character in particular. I've seen that man be a coward many times. To the point where he he what's the saying? He shows his chest or whatever, or he pumps his chest up at
Mhm.
those who claim he's a coward, but he won't he won't pump his chest at the person they're saying he's being a coward to. It's kid gloves.
That, I mean, like, okay, I'm sure around, like, I don't know his life, so maybe around his family or friends or something, like he's not a coward, right? But I think in this political shit I'm seeing, I don't believe you. I think it's the coward's way out. Actually, I think it's the easy route to take. When the men come with guns, you bunker down with, hopefully in their minds, groups of people to also have guns and to, I guess, protect the fort. Okay. Then there's the guy, once again, the guy who's like, oh no, they don't know what they're doing. But this is proof that even the most ultimately righteous person on planet Earth could be fucking murdered by these. Like, we have bigger problems, essentially, with that story, right? With the Jesus story. Like, oh, we have bigger problems. Even the guy who
Yeah.
cures the blind is right. The guy who helps out the poor person. When you kill that guy, that all explains we have bigger problems. Thus, you can understand why people do horrible fucking things in the world. You understand it because of that bigger problem, that bigger schism in the psyche.
Well, it's one of the most intimidating things ever is seeing someone who's comfortable in their own skin.
Wait, say that again? One more time,
Say
please.
one of the most intimidating things is seeing somebody who's comfortable in their own skin. They're the same person in every
Sometimes.
scenario.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. For me,
And
yes.
especially
Perception wise.
if wherever they go they're looked in a certain way and people around them get envious.
Well,
Just being themselves.
yeah. No one would know this now, but I used to be a very introverted person. Like very like just so like a quiet observer of everything happening around me type of person. And my own inner thoughts and all that stuff. So yeah, back then where it's like, oh my god, this guy's doing this thing or this girl's doing this thing and look, they're gonna fall on their face. It was actually scary for me to look at. It's like, imagine if that was me and I fucked up. It's so embarrassing. Meanwhile, like they slip and fall and they say, haha. They have a laugh about it. Right? Like, oh fuck. I get it now. Now I get where they came from. Or well, the idea of it, at least. My imagination of it. And yeah, that's a real thing. That's a real
Oh, it's
thing I
like,
think with people.
yeah,
Good.
it's like glass half full, glass half empty. If you risk nothing, you win nothing. But if you didn't, if you, if you risk nothing, you lose 100% of nothing too. The risk in itself can be very appealing, or should be.
I think so. But
Especially when it
man,
comes to
politics are
what you're
weird.
talking about. Especially when you come to what you're talking about.
Yeah. Politics are
There's
fucking
no,
weird.
there is no, and I mean, no one's lower than anyone else, but there's no lower feeling than, um, especially in the waters Sabby walks in. Me not willing to risk someone else's, well, I don't want to say determination, but someone else's enlightenment, which is what she's doing. I am not willing to risk. I am willing to risk, actually. I am in the negative sense. I am willing to risk this person's enlightenment, this person's chance at redemption, or even not even redemption, because that's the thing. She's saying, "Oh, the majority, like the majority of Israelis, blah 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 blah, support
Yeah.
this, or if they didn't support this, they could have left." Well, what do you say to an 18-year-old? What do you say to a 16-year-old? What do you say to a 10-year-old? What do you say to an 8-year-old? Like, you don't know where they're at in life. You don't know what's driving, like you're saying, they could be brainwashed, they could be in the process of being brainwashed, they could be brainwashed and come out of it, and you're willing to risk 100% of them and lump them all in one and in one faction, instead of saying, yo, what if this one person changes the tide for whatever it is you want? This one person can can change the whole tide, and I'm willing to risk that to basically eradicate all of them, whether it is hypothetically, metaphorically, in actuality.
That's fair. And well, my idea of risk assessment is about like I I kind of believe what Cornell believes in the sense of pretty about change. It's not even about change, so it's not even Cornell's idea or whatever. It's more of like, what does that idea mean for someone like Sabby Sabs? What does death mean? What does being shunned mean? And then put yourself in that person's shoes, regardless of what they believe in. I personally will not attempt to make that happen. I will not attempt to manifest that, whether it's death and the lights turn off, or it's, shun you and you
Disassociation.
kill yourself.
Yeah,
Who
this
knows
is
what it is, what the actual scenario. Like, but for me, it's like, Savvy, you don't even fucking think about these things, do you? But you claim to be the good guy to your audience. For sure you do. Just like Jimmy did. Just like all these other fucking people did. They claim to be the good guys in this scenario. Meanwhile, they're not saying anything like actually, in depth. Something
well,
with some teeth to
yeah.
it. Like, they don't say those things. They're
Yeah.
posturing as the good guy. Like, I don't fucking believe you. But guess what? I'm gonna call you
They
the fuck
got
out on it. I got
they got one eye, they got one hand in their pocket. They got another hand on their contact list. They're looking at their social media feeds. They're looking at. It's funny, man. They're looking at. It's like, bro, you want to end capitalism? You are a what's it called?
your
You're a
corporation on
dream.
your own.
Yeah, you're a dream come true for capitalism. Like, you're a success story within capitalism,
Yeah. Well,
and not just like on his face. Like, you're actively making that happen. Like, you're actively. I'm spoiling it, but yeah.
uh,
Let's see. Let's see where that goes. Let's see where
I,
that theme I just brought up goes.
I don't remember exactly what minute it happens at, but yes,
Oh, it's happening soon.
we will see. Let me hit play. Here we go.
So I would not engage with them. And I think this is where the
Okay, good.
disagreement
Let us
is.
do it.
Right now, we are looking
You
at
walk away,
laws being put on the
please.
books to make communication, social media more challenging. All because the
Just reading
ADL
that. Okay.
has put, I guess, this out there into the ether. They are basically making it so that now, and this is what I fear, so that now it's like any little thing that you seem to say, anyone can point to, or Zionists can point to in this country and say that you're being anti-Semitic. And people are getting to the point where they feel like they have to walk around on eggshells to comfort a group that is not oppressed. And you have organizations in this country right now that is trying to make it so that, or give the impression that they are the most oppressed people right now. But number one, they're not oppressed at all. And then number two, like, this is what I
Just
meant
said
when I
they are.
said during
Their
that
own
segment
actions.
that
Mhm.
we have to look at positions of power. And the question I've been asking myself, especially going into 2025,
So silly.
who is challenging power and who is in power? And those who are in power, those who have the power, cannot be oppressed.
Okay. So let's say your idea won the day, Sabby, and gained political power of the most powerful country in the world, right? The United States, right? Would you then like switch sides and be like, okay, you guys are being shitted on because these guys are in power now? Would you do that, Sabby? Or would you turn your narrative around and be like, okay, well, these guys are right, though. They're in power, but they're also correct, so I'm with them. Like, come on. That's stupid. You know it's stupid. You know that, Sabby. Come on. It's fucking raw. Look at it. You know that. Why the fuck would you hand that to me? That's what I'm saying right there. You know it's fucked up, Sabby. You know it's wrong, what you're saying. Even in vacuums, it's fucking wrong. You know that. Come on. There we go. It's
Those of us who are not
simple.
in positions of
Simple
power,
shit.
which is
It's
the majority of
kindergarten.
us around here, we are the ones that now have to walk around on eggshells. So when you say that you would engage, I would not
Holy
even engage.
Christ.
I would say that that might be what
Fuck.
they want you to do. They may want you to engage so that you can say something, slip up and say something, and they'll say, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Next thing you know, you got things out against you.
Is that? But wait. The people who have been doing this forever know that. Sabby, come on, dude. Is she being this stupid on purpose? Like, what are we doing here? It's like, yeah, when you say things out loud, you might get in trouble for them. Duh. Why is that some sort of fucking mystery there? Like, come on. Hey, Sabby, if you do things in secret, guess what? You might get in trouble for it. If you say, like, oh, that's a Zionist guy, avoid them and talk over here. You don't think people people naturally are going to react and be like, okay, they're like, they see us, they walk away. They see us, they cross the sidewalk. You don't think like people are going to like think a certain thing about that? Are you that fucking dumb? Come on. Like, come on, dude. Like, I'm pleading now at this point. Like, come on. They're going to call me anti-Semitic. So do you say anything ever? Like, what do you do then? You keep your mouth shut the entire time? Is that what you're saying? That happens in publications, news feeds of capturing your protests or something like that on college campuses, that is. It happens anyways. So, like, what are you saying? I don't get it. It doesn't make, there's no ground to what she's saying. It's emptiness. Come on, it's fucking deep fried chicken nuggets and french fries. You're not doing anything, dude. Come on.
That's the root of all this. Like,
Come on.
she's afraid what they're gonna say. Like, call her anti-Semitic. Well,
I think it was a desperate lifesaver argument. You're drowning in the
because
ocean. I'll grab the lifesaver. It was desperate, I think. But go ahead.
because if your solution to not be called anti-Semitic is to not talk to anyone from there,
Well, don't talk out loud anyway because there's the fucking internet.
yeah.
You don't want to be
But I
called
mean,
anti-Semitic for your statements? Don't talk on the internet ever. Good luck. Like,
but
come on,
the
it's
logic of
stupid.
not wanting to appear anti-Semitic by explicitly shunning and marginalizing,
Yes,
like
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
just crazy.
Yeah, another ass backwards logic there. Like, excuse me, sir. Listen, I am not anti-Semitic. Okay, I will not. You know, I would not just ignore you, not talk to you, not acknowledge your existence. I would never just do that. But I'm gonna do it now. But it's not because I'm anti-Semitic. It's because I I don't like you. I don't. Or, wait, I don't like you, as in like your group. Not your group. Not your group. I don't like Zionism. But Zionism, it's different than Judaism. So it's like that's different too. And then like you can end up in a fucking crossword puzzle of argumentation instead of like actual hello type of shit.
So someone sits at her table, we all gotta leave, so you don't hear what we might say about you. But I'm not. It's what the hell?
Yeah. Then once again, on the moral level, it's well, Who cares about? We got too much time of peace and love. It's time to focus on shunning. Here we go.
So I think that's the difference. I would not engage at all.
I see. But for me, I must
Man,
say,
her bringing up the
because we
clip
got
looks like a
people
fucking hit job
dying,
now.
the need for organization, the need for truth telling, 99.9% of my energy has always gone into trying to ensure that the voices of poor people and working people, and especially Black people, is heard. And that's not a question of whether I'm going to be engaging people who support genocide, because I don't have time for the most part of doing that. If that option is there, it might be one. But this talk about shunning as if it's a major issue at a moment when people are being murdered and massacred and so forth, and the need for courageous witness, that for me is the priority. That's what I mean by starting with one's love for oppressed people, and that being the priority, rather than whether some strategy of shunning folk who are
I
supporting
disagree,
genocide
but
is something that we ought to spend a whole lot of time on. If you, for
Could explain
example,
that, but
for
I'll
a student,
out.
and you said, Brother West, I'm shunning so and so. I said, well, that's your decision. I don't think everybody needs to do the same thing. I don't think everybody needs to do what I do. That's your decision. But the important thing is, Sister Sabby, on Thursday afternoon, we trying to revive these encampments. We trying to make sure that Palestinian students are empowered. We trying to make sure that Black students and others, and Jewish Voices for Peace too, we want to include them in terms of their courage and what have you. We need to take time and priority to make sure that our organizations, which are being devastated right now, lied on, vilified, attacked, and so forth and so on. That's the priority. And you got to remember, when I got pushed out of Harvard, what was the issue? It was
Israel.
a Palestinian issue.
Yeah.
Right? That was years and years ago. How many folk came to my defense? Very, very few. That's fine.
That's what you get for kumbayaing. See, if you were mean about it, you would not get kicked out of.
I didn't.
Brain breaking.
I'm not worried about that. But my priorities were where they belonged. I didn't get pushed out because he's kumbaya. No, not whatsoever. And not only that, but just being a Black person, because as you know, you and I are asked all the time, right? Well, where are the Palestinian voices for Black people? Come on, Brother West. How come you and Chris Smalls and them sacrificing so much and spending all this time for Palestinians, and we don't see the Palestinian voices or a lot of Middle Eastern voices? That's true for Iranians. That's true for Turks, and so forth. Where are those voices for Black folk? I get that all.
Let's be honest. By law of averages, they are there. It's just typically, the actual smartest of us, not the academic smartest of us, but the actual smarter of people, don't really get heard. If I had to guess, I'll be honest. Once again, sorry to even say this too. It's going to sound stupid, but I'm going to say it anyways. Forget about me, or me talking about myself. I mean, in the world, do you see people that are actually have a righteous bent to them, that are intelligent about it? Do you think we're actually getting the real sample size from society? I don't fucking think so. So yeah, Cornel, there probably are Palestinian people that think a certain way. Maybe they died already, for all I know. I'm not saying what the factor is that makes them that way versus someone else. I just feel as though a lot of times those minds are in very short supply. Anyways, here we go. And yes, plenty of them are probably Palestinian. Here we go.
All the time in churches.
And Israeli. Here we go.
I get that all the time in Black community hall. And I tell them what? I'm a love warrior. As a Christian, I love Black people indeed. But I love all oppressed people, so it's not quid pro quo. I don't
not
have
as good
to
as me,
wait
Cornel,
for
but
Palestinian voices to be strong for Black people, for me as a Black man to be in solidarity with them. I'm in solidarity with oppressed people no matter who they are. I'm in solidarity with trans as a straight brother. Why? For me, it's out of deep solidarity and love for them. So that in that sense, That's on the ground, serious kind of challenges that we have. And in a fascist moment, oh my God, when the fascism is intensifying every day, I was telling Noam, I said, I just don't think shunning is going to be a major focus here, given what we're up against. But at the same time, I'm always going to be honest and candid in terms of where I'm coming from.
Well, I did speak up when
Like
you
Sabby.
with the Harvard situation.
Yes, you did.
I did
Yes,
speak up
you
against
did.
that.
Good luck, Sabby.
I remember that,
So.
and that's
Sorry,
why
can we
I'm
be honest though?
surprised
Can we
with
be
your
honest?
Yeah, please.
That's
Go
a
ahead.
headline. It's a headline that her audience will chew up like they're at a cheap buffet. It's not. It costs you nothing to speak about that. You lost nothing. Gained, actually. You gained from talking about his unfortunate situation.
Sesame chicken with too much breading on it. Cheap ass
Mhm.
buffet line.
What
All
did
types
you?
of grease in the fucking fried rice and the fucking noodles. Fucking your shit up.
Zero risk
Well,
in
hey, it
that.
was cheap though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hey, thanks, Sabby. That did nothing to fix the problem, but yeah, I'm sure you made a couple shekels. Sure, you got. Oh look, Sabby. Oh look, Sabby's in solidarity with pro-Palestinian voices. I'm sure that didn't harm your aura.
Which is quite interesting with YouTube content creators where they feel as though they built such a following that they actually have to protect themselves after a certain amount of
Oh
time.
yeah.
Where it's like, yo, if I die, the movement gets hurt, so thus I have to like keep myself afloat
Oh yeah.
or propped up or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's a scary prospect, psychologically speaking.
Oh yeah.
But I would think the person with courage would be like, hey guys, I got this wrong, or here's my thoughts about this. Here's my actual thoughts about this. That's why is that such a scary thing? Seemingly, but we're here though. But all right, here we go. Or any more, Anthony? You want to say?
Nah, no. You said it. You said it.
All right, here we go.
It's cowardice.
Here we go. I'm like 10 times less angry. Like I am angry, but 10 times less angry than I was that other day. But all right, here we go.
Comment to Norm Finkelstein, because I remember what happened
can't
there,
get
what you
triggered.
went through. I know how Harvard can be, and I think that people were surprised, and it just to me, and this is the example that I want to use, because I know this was a long time ago, but I want to put this up here. I can't play it because of copyright, but I want to put this up there to prove a point. Years ago.
It was so much better when I did it on Sunday, bro. I can hear it now.
Remember what she said? She can't. It's on YouTube, guys, but she can't play it.
So you can see the. Once again, I'm in more calm mode here, but you can see the UI here, right? That's clearly YouTube. She's playing, right?
Yeah.
Which means you can play it because you can see it on YouTube, and it's not. Once again, it's not from the Sister Soldier fucking account. It's not from Phil Donahue. It's not from Cornel West. It's from some random channel, right? So it's not some sort of like overly copyrighted piece of content where if you play it, you get kicked off, right? That happens with Rogan, obviously, right? Rogan will kick you off if you play too long of portions of his podcast, which is fucking stupid. But that happens for sure. But this 1992 clip bootlegged on fucking YouTube is not a threat at all. But Sabby is like, I can't play this. Why is that? Because I won't make money on this video if I do that.
Copyright.
But Sabby, I thought you were here for like the truth and honor and revolution or whatever the fuck. You're here for money. Got it.
She won't get a strike. She won't get banned. She won't even get shadow banned.
Nope.
Yo,
just so
I think she'll make money.
How's the revolution gonna happen if she can't stay afloat, bro?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
that
Shut up.
that nah, he's on it, yo. He's on it though.
I'm not wrong, bro.
He's on it.
Dude,
The
like,
No, yeah,
revolution will not be televised, but it will be monetized.
yeah, it will be monetized.
Exactly, yo.
like,
Jesse knows.
I
And
Can't
listen. I
can't
know.
stop that money train.
I know you guys are trolling, but like in actuality, I don't think she'll lose money from playing this clip. I think she'd
Yeah.
actually make her money still. So it's like
Yeah, but
double weird. She's worried about
Pointing the-
like she's like a gamer, like Tim the Tap Man, like worried about like, damn, that song sounds too good. Let me just like not play that because I might lose money from doing that. That's what she fucking sounds like. It's weird, man.
well,
She
people
has
won't all pick up
members.
on this, right? Like, not everybody knows. Like,
No, yeah,
okay,
true that.
copyright. They don't know from a content creator's point of view. Like, you play music basically on every video in the beginning, right? Like,
I do
you,
long form, less so in music, and short form. Or well, it depends on how I feel. I like playing music in my videos. I do.
yeah,
But whatever.
and the strike you got recently, where they took down the video, was Candace like cherry pick. It wasn't even the robots, right? Like
Yeah.
like somebody reported you from
Yeah.
Candace's thing.
Her
So
team.
that's how that worked. If you now when you play somebody's like copyrighted music or something, now you won't get any of the money, like the ad money from the video or
No.
whatever the
The whole
monetization.
thing's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Basically.
monetization for the video. Yeah. So
Or the
this is
channel
what's at
stays.
risk
Yeah.
here. So she's bringing up this video on the screen because this lady is apparently making excellent wording, a good,
Point. Yeah.
like she's making a
I'm going
point
to play it, by the way,
very
Jesse.
clearly.
So you know.
But
I'm gonna play the actual video, but yes, go
yeah,
ahead.
well, actually, we watched this whole thing, like right when it came out,
Yeah.
and what I know is that she made a great point. But none of the viewers can know what it is.
Nah.
She didn't even like read
She didn't even link
the
it, did she?
dialogue. She didn't communicate what she said because, well, she can't.
Well, I'm not mad at someone like I would love to do this as like an actual living, like make YouTube videos and do the shit I do for like that'd be awesome. I have no problems with that. But it's like some certain things where it's like either it's your like creative bent, right? Like oh, I want to play this clip to showcase what I mean. Maybe it's a movie clip or a song or something like that. It's like yeah, like Sabby, how much do you need to make on this one fucking video with Cornel West? It doesn't make sense. That's like where I'm actually going, right? Because if this is her career, fine, right? But it's like you can't do one video where you can't risk it even a millisecond of something. Like, come on. That's to me that's it's against the point why you're doing what you're doing in the first place.
Think about what she's saying. We need a revolution.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
need
there's also
what you
that.
say, more radical politics. Savvy, you can't
Yeah.
even play a copyrighted video.
Not
Bro, what are you-
not because the video will get clipped, but because I won't make money on this, so I can't play this clip.
Yeah.
Which is like brain breaking, right?
And I've seen when you've gotten clipped, don't they just basically ask you to like remove those segments or
Yes.
something?
Yes, typically.
That's the penalty. Like you have to go back in.
The Candace
Maybe it's
Owens one,
annoying.
yes, the Candace Owens one was different, where she like actually gave me a strike for that. But typically, it's like, hey, hit this button and delete the music that was playing or the video that played or something. Okay, fine. It takes
You don't even have
longer
to
to
edit
upload.
it?
No,
You
they
could just
do it for
accept?
you. Yes, they do it for you. If you're like, okay,
Wow.
play this royalty free YouTube music over this music to make sure it's or just say like delete the entire clip, or leave it like empty, like as in like on mute, essentially, like nothing, no sounds playing or no video playing. It's pretty convenient compared to the like back in the day of YouTube.
Yeah.
Like that shit was really bad. Like I used to just get like insta banned for 90 days, like straight up. Like, okay, you can't live stream for 90 days automatically. Just boom. It used to be like
So-
really bad. Now they like give you warnings. They have the algorithms to actually like search your videos and do checks on it and be like, okay, you have this song in here, or you have this video in here, and that's copyrighted. But they actually like kind of work with you in a way. But then again,
So the
I'd
whole
hear-
risk is gone. You just might have to click a button and it'll
Not exactly.
remove that segment.
Not all risk, because the Candace Owens thing was there was nothing that popped up for me, right? There was no warnings, right? And I'm like, okay, the video's good. I put my video out. Then Candace Owens and her team, I guess, personally like found the video. Was like, okay, delete that from YouTube, copyright reasons, and it gave me a strike. You know what I'm saying? Versus like, you play like a MC Hammer song, and they're like, yo, we saw we computerized your fucking video and saw that. Hey, you can't make money on this. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's MC Hammer's song. Fine. But Candace actually like lit it. It's like it got uploaded like regular, like normal first. And then
she got
yes. And it wasn't, there's no warning. It was just like, yeah. You gotta
She
strike now.
honeypotted you. She
Yeah.
honeypot you.
And my strike is still there. Although it's still different rules. Like back in the day, those rules meant like you're fucked for 90 days. Now it means like you have a warning for 90 days. And if you fuck up in the midst of that 90 days, you might get another strike or you might get fucked, right? But before there was no warning. You were just straight up fucked. So it's like it's a lot better than it used to be. It really is. I remember complaining about this with the COVID stuff, right? Where people were like, "Oh my god, you can't even talk about COVID." I'm like, I can. I was like, I can do that. Nothing happened to me. The thing I got banned and blocked for was fucking what's his name, the singer. Keep on rocking in the free world. That song got me fucking killed. That shit wrecked my shit, bro. It was like 20, like not even, probably like 15 seconds of that song playing, and it wrecked my whole channel for like a period of time from live streaming. But it was me playing a corporate documentary, right? You had that song in there. It played. I got clipped for it. But for COVID stuff, nothing happened to me at all. At all. QAnon, I did get clipped for that. For bullying. But it is what it is. Anyway, all right. Point is, let's go back to Sabby Sabs here. Sorry for the YouTube biography here. Let's see what she says about this clip. But I will play that. Well, I'll play a portion of it because it's like an hour or something long, the actual original footage. But there's a point where it's Sister Soldier kind of, in the title at least, wrecking Cornel West back in the fucking 90s. So I'll play that portion, which is what I think Sabby Sabs is going on. Here we go.
And this is the example that I want to use because I know this was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I want to
32?
put this up here. I can't play it because of copyright, but I want to put this up there to prove a point.
She means money, not actual copyright. Here we go.
Years ago, there was a conversation with you and other.
If you don't think Stand By Me is fucking copyrighted, you're dumb. If you don't think Nirvana is copyrighted, you're dumb. If you don't think Jay-Z's copyrighted, you're fucking dumb. Anyways, here we go.
I want to put this up here. I can't play it
About
because of
copyright,
copyright,
it's
but I
about
want to put this up there to prove
monetization.
a point.
AKA, I make money
Years
on it.
ago, there was a conversation with you and other professionals on the Phil Donahue show.
1990.
There it is. Phil Donahue, for those who are not aware, Phil Donahue brought conversations
Badass
onto his
90s.
show during a time when it was not, some of those conversations were not popular to be had. He lost his show, from what I understand, because he was against the war in Iraq. So he took positions at that time that were not popular to take. But you had a conversation on the Phil Donahue show, and there was a back and forth between you and Sister Soldier. This is Sister Soldier here. She's also a writer. She does engagements every now and then. I think she just did like a talk in a couple of places. And this comes up a lot, Dr. West. I know Dana with the data, she did a really good breakdown of this. So shout out to her for that. And she brought up this question. We have to start asking about inclusion. And the reality is that I go back to that back and forth between you and Sister Soldier. And I think what Sister Soldier was trying to say is that sometimes you cannot coexist with certain people. Sometimes, like, people have to prove that they are an ally first. And it sounded like, to me, like you wanted to just try to like work with everybody. And what Sister Soldier is speaking from her direct experience. She was saying like, no, they have to show that they're allies first. You said it a little bit a while ago.
All right, I'm gonna pause her there and just play the clip.
Yeah,
that I
from
have
her,
this.
from her saying that, I have no idea what she like.
They have to be allies.
I didn't see this video.
They have to prove they're allies first. What about? They have to prove themselves to you. Like, who the fuck are you?
Well, I feel like Sabby wasn't able to communicate like this idea, like where it's coming from, like what is its origins or the context in that situation. She just kind of said some words that she remembered, and was not able to play this clip for us to know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I don't think Sabby's point of view is well thought out enough. But I hope this. I mean, I'll search for it if it doesn't. But I hope this 5-minute clip actually like encompasses what she was saying there about dealing with people that don't exactly agree with you. Let's find out. Here we go. Once again, very pixelated, very fuzzy. Here we go.
That how you design those programs. In all of the programs that I attended, all of the education that I had, college, public, and otherwise, nobody ever told me that I was an African woman. Nobody ever told me what the history of African people were. Nobody ever told me that America is business, and without business you will have nothing and be nothing. And nobody ever told me how to organize business so that I would be able to develop institutions in my own community. So now the sincerity of all of the programs and all of the education has to be questioned, indicted, and convicted, because the bottom line is that America is not and has never tried to produce African adults who are functional, self-sufficient, who understand their politics, their economics, and their relationship to the world politics and the world economics.
I'm gonna be honest. I could say that for poor people in general. They don't care about poor people. You guys don't contribute. Go fuck yourselves. That type of shit. Good.
I didn't hear what Sabby just described. Like, that's not what I heard.
Well, no, you can't do that because I don't know if this, like, I tried to like keep it as like clean reactive, like haven't heard it before type of shit. So this clip might not be exactly what she's talking about. Although, forgive me for assuming for stereotypes and cliches that she would find like this style clip of like, okay, Sister Soldier schooled Cornel West. It might be that type of assumption by me, which is wrong, but I might be right too. I might be right.
Yep. I also heard what Sister Soldier said.
If not, I'll find it.
Is not unique to any individual community. I think in general, I've always heard that they don't really teach like financial literacy in the United States in general. Like that's not in the schools. You can get a college degree, and it's not even. You still won't get that. Like it's not unique to any community. This lack of teaching these things. So yeah. That's all.
Fair enough.
I agree.
I mean, in my opinion, rich or poor, there's majority of people being subjugated. Like honestly,
Yeah.
and not even on purpose. In a lot of situations, sometimes it's just parents that are like, okay, you should do this, so do this. That happens in poor families and rich families and middle class. Obviously, it happens everywhere.
Yeah, where like your life's been mapped out before you even get a
Yeah.
chance to decide for yourself.
And that's not even like that's obviously like that could be someone like loving someone like, yo, do this, fucking shut the fuck up, grab those books, study them, go to college, become this, on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
That happens. That happens in any fucking family. That can happen. So once again, the diagnosis is extremely important when it comes to like trying to actually make the world better, versus like once again, Cuba Gooding Jr. swing his arms at midair, say, "I can't believe Ricky died." Right? That's not good enough for the actual practical expression and understanding of why bad shit happens. But let's continue and hope that this is the clip. Here's Phil Donahue, where I'm sure I'll be copyrighted for it because Sabby told me so. Here we go.
With the NAACP, the Urban League, and the traditional "we shall overcome" civil rights leaders of the 50s and 60s that have been all but abandoned and ignored by younger people, Sister Souljah included.
Cornel's
I think that the dice are loaded, and that's what's left out of Mr. Brown's piece. See, there was a period of time in this country after Reconstruction where African people owned a lot of land, owned a lot of businesses, and did a lot of things. But what happened was the American government, the Ku Klux Klan, and other organizations organized in smashing that effort. So it's not that we haven't tried to own lands and have not organized businesses. It's that if you are African in America, or in Latin America, or in the Caribbean, or in the continent, you will be hunted no matter what you do.
Once again, I think it's about being poor.
Yeah, I mean, Viet Coms weren't black. They got pretty fucked.
Yeah. Well, no, well, she's saying like if you're from these countries and you look like this, you'll be targeted and shit on. Although I think in Appalachia and in certain areas of America where it's like strictly like kind of white people, right? They will be treated like shit. They'll give them like CIA will bring drugs into their neighborhoods. Like it's about like, hey man, if I leave a crime here, no one will find it. That's why it is the way it is, right?
Not only that, before they brought the drugs in, gave them a whole bunch of neurological problems, physical problems, throwing them in coal mines, throwing them in oil rigs, throwing them in all types of stuff. That looks like, oh, they're here to help, but they're not telling you the effects happening to you. So you got a little bit of money, and then they exited you out of that economic system, and then they brought drugs and despair and jails.
Yes, they don't tell you that they're gonna like kind of free fall your fucking job, the thing that you actually bought into. Like, okay, I can buy a house now, I can have a family now, and then it just drops off the fucking cliff, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oops.
They started introducing rates and interest and fluctuating interest rates and stagnating wages or no wages at all.
Yeah. The major thing. And maybe she didn't know in 92, but we know now that like they actually infiltrated poor neighborhoods around the entire country and gave them fucking cocaine and taught them crack. Straight up. And that hurt anyone that was poor in poor neighborhoods. That hurt all of them. Along with guns and shit like that. That happened, dude. That's not like a myth or a conspiracy theory. That actually happened. What do you expect is going to happen? Like, what do you think is going to happen from that? Like, come on.
And then there's the argument that let's take for example say hypothetically, she's right. Well, fast forward 30 years later, it seems like that was like a testing ground for everybody else.
Yeah. Well, all right. I'm gonna be fair. 'Cause I can't say I know her entire argument. She may mean like anyone poor across the planet, but right now she's naming like she sounds a little bit more racial about it. I can't say I know. I don't know her work. I don't know her ideas like that. And maybe she's just seeing a trend, right? And if you showed her, Gary Webb's work or something like that, she'd be like, "Oh, okay." Or let her talk to like Ricky Ross, right? Maybe she'll be like, "Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now." It's not about like if black people were rich, sorry, if they started the whole crack epidemic again, they're not going to LeBron James's neighborhood first. They're not. Sorry, he's black, but he's also filthy. Fucking, he's billionaire, rich, family guy. Fucking right. He's like a Family Matters looking motherfucker, right? He's like very wholesome looking thing. But
you can even argue LeBron's contributing to the problem she's talking about.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm not gonna go there now. Not yet.
Yeah, not just
there's
him,
something
but
there.
anyone in that class is
Magic, Michael.
Oh, yes.
There's something there with that.
Yeah.
But I'll leave that for another video to like actually deep dive more into that. But yeah. But at the same time, like, if she's just like, "Yo, something wrong is happening. This is what I see," and I'm saying it, I'd be like, "Oh, God bless you for that." Actually, this is not Sabby that I'm hearing right now so far.
No.
This is not Sabby, where it's like, "Who the fuck are you?" Sorry. Like, it is what it is. Sabby, even if you're like an innocent, some little kid doing these things, you're not her, though, in my humble opinion, so far, at least. All right, here we go.
Because they
I assume Cornel's going to pop up at some point.
to survive and become self-sufficient. And you can say no, but you haven't lived it.
She's making it black. I think that's a misnomer. But
Be happy. I'm talking about that. All right. Now, to paraphrase Senator Bradley of New Jersey, the state from which your piece was.
Senator Bradley gets much right when
his hair was black.
He does, and he, among other things, and he's not claiming to be particularly original with the observation. We can't get there unless we go together. I have a terrible feeling that behind me are some people who do not agree.
Senator Bradley of the all-white United States Senate said we can't get there unless we all go there together. Sorry, none of us are where he is. That's number one. Number two, you're making a moral appeal to a country that doesn't have a moral conscience. The question becomes that when white people feel serious and angry and upset about abortion, they come out in the thousands up to the millions to say, this is what we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to see them.
What a fucking... That's adulty way to fucking think. I don't know. When was this?
92, I believe.
92, man. Year I was born.
Christ.
No.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing. She has a fucking point. She has a point. But she doesn't. I don't think she realizes that her problem is with humanity as a whole. It's not just skin colors of behavior. It's actually people in general. But she has a point, though. Like, yo, where's the outcry for this same exact scenario, but over here? Where is that?
Well,
she's
sure,
right. She's right about that.
Sure, but naming it exclusive to white people, like, I think that's fucking dumb.
That's absolutely. Yeah, I agree. That what the honk honk? That's
There's
yes, that's
protesters.
Dumb.
Sorry.
That is dumb to me. But the core of it, I think she has a point. I think she has an actual point. But if you just say like, oh well, okay, I heard you say white people, so thus I left the table. I left you there because you said white people. I walk away. Then we're doing what Sabby Sabs is advocating for us to do, which is like leave people behind because of their own ideology or statements or whatever the fuck, which is not good enough. You need to do like real assessments. What are you mad about, sister? Like, what are you mad about? She says her ideas, right? Like, actually investigate them. Here's her claims. Let's investigate those things. Oh, okay. You're seeing this. You're seeing that. Here's the investigation through it. Like, oh, shit. You got a point. Now, if I say it's white people, I'd be like, well, I call myself an idiot for saying that. But if I said like, there seems to be a concerted effort to take down whatever group, not group as in like race, but geopolitical groups as in like, you guys are standing on oil right now. We want it. You're dead now. Like, okay, group that way. Got it. Is a much different scenario. Yeah. But she might not know that. Once again, I don't think she even knows about actually know about like the CIA. Well, maybe she probably does now if she's alive right now. I bet she knows now. But back then, she might not even know about CIA bringing fucking crack, cocaine into the fucking. Sorry, they brought cocaine in, and then probably taught young kids who wanted money and glory. Probably taught them crack cocaine, how to like cook it up. Honestly, if she knew that then, she'd probably be screaming that right here. I hope she would. Which is like, I mean, honestly, I think it's more so about people that actually mean what they say is like the biggest fucking thing to me. Like, do you mean what you say? That's why I allow all different opinions over here, because it's like, I want to hear, if you really mean it, say it. It's valuable. You know why it's valuable? Because you actually fucking mean it. That is a dying thing, actually. It's kind of actually scary and worrying. But meaning it is a very big, important component to anyone saying anything about anything in the world. Honestly. But, alright, here we go. She can be silly about this. Like, if she means it, and her reasoning, her reasoning and her sense of the world and all that shit, if that's a part of it, like, fuck yeah. Let me hear it. Say it louder. I want to hear it. But, alright, here we go.
It was not enough.
But that's why
we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to see them.
Yeah, what Sabby got from this is not going to be good.
That might be all we can get.
No. And guess what? I don't work with all I can get.
What
I work with is what I have. Listen, you have to have some confidence in the power of African people amongst ourselves to establish a foundation.
We have.
We haven't. We have utter chaos in our cities, and you got
There's
to
no black
say that.
institution we
You
can
can
build.
have a program. I'm not saying we've built a lot of institutions, and those institutions have not been effective. The majority of millions of African youth in this country are dying mentally, dying spiritually, dying emotionally, dying academically, and you may have a program, Mr. Brown may have a program, but what we got to talk about is an American government that tracks millions of African people who don't go to your program, don't go to Brown's program, millions of African people, not only here, but all around the world, and if we are not honest enough to say who are our friends, who are our enemies, to know what a friend is, to know what an enemy is, we will constantly be trying to get into people's parties, to shake our butts with them, to get them to like us, and that's not the question. The question is, what can we build amongst ourselves to secure ourselves from our enemies so that we will be able to survive into the future?
Okay, so Sabby Sabs heard this and thought this was like a dunking on, you're a fucking idiot. Now, if I took her seriously, right, as a person, and like, okay, she means what she's saying. Let's say I felt that way. Okay, there's something there in that regard, but is there something there as far as like strategy for something later on? Like, what do you do? She has no real answers for like, what do you actually do? I think she has answers for like, how do you feel about this? You see something wrong going on. You feel something about it. How do you feel about it? That is worthy to me of like an honest answer, an honest feeling about something. But as far as like solutions, no fucking chance. Not a fucking chance. Not even Cornell for me either. I think he's not strong enough on that idea. Or sorry, should I play like Cornell's position on this? I guess maybe if they play it.
Does he respond? Yeah, play it. Fuck.
There we go. I'm not sure if he does.
Know that if I walk
It's
out
just her.
Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
tonight, some black kid in Washington, D.C. is blowing off another black kid's head for a pair of sneakers because the institutions that we're talking about, not the things that we hold up to say, look, this is one example. The institutions that we're talking about are not saving the minds of those African children. That is the honest truth.
Now, what's crazy here is that I just heard 5 minutes go by and Cornel West has not said an actual word. It's actually, the editing actually takes him out of the conversation. That's why this like actually looks like a hit. Not this video, I'm saying like Sabby Sabs. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I heard Sabby Sabs tonight say peace and love. Like, we're tired of doing that. Like, peace and love? That's the wrong answer? Yeah!
I don't know. I just heard her say that one guy steals another guy's sneakers because of the institutions.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
once again, I'm saying, like, she doesn't even know that
Depressed.
the CIA is bringing crack into this country, or it's bringing cocaine and crack into this country. She has no idea that's happening as she's saying this. So she's fucking clueless about it. Which is interesting, right? Just by hindsight, right? She doesn't fucking know that at this point in time. She has a feeling about something. Like, okay. That's how you feel? Okay. Let's examine that. Like, let go into your feelings about all this shit. It's very worthy. I don't smell bullshit from her, but at the same time, I don't smell like wisdom either. I smell punching thin air, but that's worthy. Like, that's okay too, right? I call it what I see. Punching thin air is also important too. It's how you feel about something. But if I present this and you fuck out of here, I don't believe what you're saying. Like, okay, I assume you're a child then. Not for my information, but by life itself, right? Because I'll never talk to this woman, most likely. So when life hits you, what do you do with that? Either way, here we go. Let's play out the clip.
None of these Negroes saved me. None of these Negroes. Your mom didn't help save you. None of them. Listen.
He's wrecked. He's like, your mom didn't help save you? She's like, no. He's like, what the fuck? Sorry.
Who saved me? A man named John DeSane in Englewood, New Jersey, who told me who I was, who showed me my history, who told me who my enemies were, who let me know that this was
by
not
brainwash.
who let me know that this was a cold environment, who let me know.
Inglewood, New Jersey is a really nice town.
Maybe modernly. I don't know what it was back in the 90s.
Yeah, true. True that.
But regardless, someone told me who I was. Like, that's a bad answer for that.
Yeah, that's
a very bad answer. But okay. Was this the ownage that Sabby was looking for Cornel West? I don't think it's a good one.
Institutions failed.
Well, they
Not
did.
The people.
Nope, but they all did. Everything did because the people are in charge of the institutions themselves, right?
Well, I mean,
They all
but
failed.
it's a. Well, when I hear that, it's like you're relying and like that's your only safety net. Like that's your only. Like you're really counting on that as opposed to like the people themselves. Like
Yeah.
because it seems like there would have been a lot of people failing at that point, right? Like failing her personally, like her around her. So because it is a personal thing. It's not just like a machine. It's okay. This person failed you. This person failed you. This person. Hey, there's this one person who you see that didn't fail you or helped you out see to something. That's another person.
Well, it's a weird thing because of there's a lot of questions to be asked about all of that. It is what it is. I'll say that because the ideas go beyond politics, I think, by a lot, by a wide margin. Even Cornell back then, like, who are you back then, huh? Where are you at? So it's a lot of questions. And I'll let Sabby make her arguments. We'll wrestle with Sabby and Cornell's arguments with each other, I guess. Sister Soul, is she saying cliches? Kind of. No offense to her, but it is what it is. In fact, she'd probably be like, ooh. She'd probably look back and be like, ooh, what the fuck was I saying back then? Ooh. It's not, composed and sophisticated and wisdom. Like someone who's like made like cook the same meal every day for years. It's like, okay, my starting out plate was not that good. I might have better sophistication and grace when making this dish now. But anyways, all right, here we go.
You were talking about the people, you got to give people a chance to change. And I told you that if they wanted to in Israel, they have opportunity to do that, and they have chose not to. They continue to follow Zionism, which is a racist supremacist ideology. And going back to that show, Sister Soldier was saying, where are these so-called allies? I would like to meet them because they are far and few. And this is the point that I'm trying to bring home. When I say we need a radical form of politic, that means that we are at a point right now where we cannot take the MLK.
Why does it sound worse when I'm hearing after I watched the video for the first time, by the way? And then Sabby saying that just sounds worse when she's saying that. Ew. Okay. There we go.
Because they are far and few. And this is the point that I'm trying to bring home.
Mine is fucking doomed, by the way.
When I say we need a radical form of politic, that means that we are at a point right now where we cannot take the MLK approach and continue to say we're going to sit in the room with said group and we're going to hear each other out. We're past that point. That's what I'm saying. And I know that
once again, she's not getting the actual argument at all. It's borderline, like, kind of hit jobby of projecting onto Cornel West, like, yo, listen, your time is up. It's now time to be, like, character assassinated. Thus, we're not going to sit here and just kumbaya with everyone. He says he's not doing that. She's like, anyways, yeah, kumbayaing is bad. And it's like moves on from there, like where it's like, are you listening to what the guy's saying to you at all? Probably not. You're probably making up arguments as you not making them up as you go. I'm sure it's conditioned, borrowed, memorized fucking arguments. It's not good enough for dealing with Cornel West, I don't think. But in this era, people think kind of dumbly. Like, we're kind of stupid right now. Let's be honest. The reading of narratives and ideas of things, we fucking suck at it, bro. We are terrible. So thus, Sabby can say the dumbest fucking argument on planet fucking Earth, even with evidence pointing to the opposite right in front of her. And guess what? It might fly. It might work. This is where we're at. It's like, sorry. This is planet Earth we're on right now.
Well, to me, it's like nails on chalkboard hearing that. We need a radical form of politics. It's not the radical part that bothers me. It's that.
Well, what does that mean?
The solution is politic as the solution, which brings back to like what you were describing of how misdiagnosed. Even the beginning part is, and so you end up with those kind of solutions. Like
Yeah,
like
split into.
the problem itself is politic, right? Like that's what created this. like like you don't fix it with other politics. It's the dehumanification. Like it's they're on completely different pages. These two.
I mean, well, I'm trying to be nice, Jesse, so I'm not going like all into like. I mean, maybe I could, in regards to like politics itself. Like, oh, maybe this attempted process is actually a failure in itself. But fuck that. Let's actually get to straight up meat, potatoes. Pause. Let's go directly there. Hey, why is this happening? Right? Like actually go through it like in detail. Like like try your best. And then like if you don't know anything, you just be like, okay, I don't know. I don't know why this happened. Okay, why are people like doing it right now? Well, there's this guy over here, who's this guy over here, where we have like public quotes, but overall, I don't fucking know. Why is that such a bad thing to do? Apparently. Is it YouTube content? Is it like, if I say I don't know in front of my YouTube audience, I lose. Is that it? Like, what's the fucking reason for this? There is no actual reason for it, actually. And if Sabby, like, honestly used, like, a small, tiny thing of I don't know with Cornel West, maybe you'd hear what he's saying, maybe a little bit, at best. But instead, she's like kind of pre-programmed with fucking formulas of statements. And god dang it, it's dog shit too. The formulas are actually dog shit. But then again, semi-predictable, I think, if you're a metric fan. Either way, here we go.
That may sound extreme to some, but there is an actual genocide happening. And what I fear is that because it has been going on for so long, it's been over 2 years now, I fear that people are getting to the point where they are not affected or impacted.
The genocide is less than 2 years now, but maybe she fucked her English up. Here we go.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
And I know
before
that
was actually bad, but it wouldn't
may
be
sound
like
extreme to some,
a little over
but
2
there is an
years.
actual genocide happening. And what I fear is that because it has been going on for so long, it's been over 2 years now, I fear that people are getting to the point where they are not affected or impacted by the images that they see of the children being torn apart, physically torn apart. They're not affected or impacted the way that they were in the beginning of all of this, which means that it is becoming normalized. And that is what I fear. And I feel like the only way to disrupt that normalization
what is she talking
is a radical form of politic. And to
someone fucking help me, please. What the fuck is she talking about? Anyone, please. I beg you to. I beg you to. Someone, tell me. What the fuck is she doing right now? Please.
I don't know.
Go ahead, man.
Chasing that bag. She's a bag chaser, bro. That's what she's doing.
Like, what the fuck am I hearing? Like, what is her argument, actually? Please tell me, like, tell it back to me. What is her fucking argument about any of this? Like, actually.
Copy and paste. That's her argument.
What the fuck is she saying? Like, come on, dude. Like,
dude, as long as I've seen this woman speak, dude, it's like, yo, I've seen, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see people that are like, yo, there's people that mean well. There's people that are good at reading teleprompters. There's people that are good at, they're very charismatic. Some are paused, the whole package. With Sabby, I never got it. I don't understand. What is her appeal? I'm being honest. I don't understand what is appealing about her.
She seems like an articulate, like pleasant.
She did yeah, pleasant. Yeah, that's a great word.
But guys, like,
very
fuck
comfy.
her fucking audience. What is she saying out loud? Like,
Dude,
what the
I
fuck is she
don't.
saying?
She says nothing
Dude,
novel. Nothing.
since
In her entire existence, she's never said
first,
anything
yes,
fucking novel.
from the first time I've heard her till now, I've learned nothing about her.
Yeah, same, bro. What the fuck?
I've
That's
learned
crazy.
nothing about this person. I've heard her regurgitate shit she saw somewhere else. She's
That's it.
she's a pass along person. She passes along what she hears from others.
She's
Fair
doing
enough.
telephone reporting, bro. That's it.
I'm going with I hope she's like an innocent person that hasn't quite connected to what's happening over there, and thus it's just like catchphrases instead of I don't know. Like
She's
my actual
she.
emotion when I talk about that fucking topic isn't like this. What the fuck am I hearing right now? What is this?
You're hearing an algorithm. That's what you're hearing.
So
In my opinion.
Nice.
just remember, we're talking about, like, I guess the topic is about shunning Israelis
Yeah.
because of what's happening in Palestine, right? So shunning them on the school campuses, and I'm hearing Martin Luther King had it wrong. They need Malcolm X style thing. Let's bring Sister
Not the
Soldier
real
into
Malcolm,
this.
not the real Malcolm, but like her interpretation. Sorry, someone else's
Yeah,
Yeah,
her.
interpretation that she bought from someone else. That
Yeah.
interpretation of Malcolm.
yeah,
But yeah, go ahead.
that slogan. Yeah,
Yeah,
and Sister Soldier telling us it was pretty much a similar story. I don't know. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm taking
I
Sister
guess you
over a
could
fucking
have a.
Sabby all day and night.
Yeah.
I'm taking fucking Sister
I,
Soldier over this motherfucker all day and night. I'm sorry.
well,
Agreed.
She seems like
well,
she fucking means it. Versus Sabby fucking Sabs. Get the fuck out of here. Like, what are you doing, dude? What are we
Savvy
doing
heard
here?
someone. She heard someone else mean it, and she's trying to give you this without the fire. She's
Is the
trying to
well,
money
give you
fucking
this.
worth it? Is it worth it? Is it that worth it?
Listen,
I'm
I'll
saying
be.
that
Come
these
on.
Yeah.
topics could be on a whole different, like,
Another fucking
these
guy.
responses could be on a whole different topic on a different day.
Yes.
Like, she might actually, well, to me it appears that she's not really hearing.
She, she is a product of her environment, dude. Her environment is dictating the least amount of work she does. If someone actually held her to account, she might change, but that's not happening. She's being praised wherever she goes. People are throwing rose petals at her feet wherever she goes. She is not being questioned. She's not being pushed.
Sabby, join YellBro. Please join my Discord. Come hang out.
Yeah, you got to pay her. You got money?
Fuck that. Come listen to music. Come watch
Nah,
movies. No, actually, no. I'm not joking.
nah.
Seriously, come hang out,
I'm
Sabby.
not joking. I'm not
Sabby, if
joking
you
either.
hear this at any time, if you comment on the video, if you say like, you know what, your channel's dog shit. You have like 20 viewers. Like, if you diss the absolute shit out of me, please do it. My response will be like, come join the Discord. Come hang out for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Tiny bit. Come see I beg you to. Please. I really do. Please do that.
Bro,
Doesn't have to be
Savvy
televised
got a
on
whole
live.
business to run, bro. She got a whole business to run. She got time to talk
I
to
don't
you.
give a fuck, Anthony. Join the
She's
fucking
a bad.
Discord. Come hang out. Please, Sabby.
Savvy got a mortgage to pay. Savvy got hair to do. Savvy got
I
time
don't
for that.
know. I don't know, man.
Girls' night out. Girls' night out, bro. Come on, bro.
You're saying she's out here happy houring off her fucking Patreon money and
Yeah,
shit. Get the fuck
she
out of
she
here, bro.
at 6 p.m. she's talking about freeing Gaza. At 9 p.m. she's letting her hair loose. Yeah, she's drinking some expensive. She's drinking our week pay of wine
Yo,
with the
Sabby.
gals.
Off that Sabby. I beg you to join this fucking Discord. You too, Cornel, by the way. You join too. I want to see how long you
Cornell,
fucking
yeah,
last too. I'm curious.
Cornell pull up. Cornell will definitely pull up.
Like, listen, I love you, my brother. Like, I love you too,
He
man.
just he won't know how to log in. He wouldn't know how to log in. That'd be his problem.
I don't know.
Yeah, I use this, brother Jordan. How you use this?
You got VC.
Where? I hear this Dubster guy. Where's the mute button at, my brother? You go, how do you mute this brother Dubster? What's the button?
Ordering some chicken.
Brother Jordan, did he fall on his head?
That's so funny, dude. Him and my dad would have a fucking ball, bro. These two fools would
Ordering
listen
some
to
food.
James Brown
Yeah.
for 30 straight hours. Like, you fucking boomer ass old motherfuckers, bro. Get away from me. Holy Christ. But Cornel would actually hang out, I think. He'd hang. Well, listen, my brother, I'm busy right now. I got papers to grade. I gotta go do this.
Yeah.
Well, but excuse ready. Like, it's just dinner. Like, dinner's ready. He's like, listen, I gotta grade some papers. I'll be right back. Don't see him in like 3 weeks. Sabby though, you're a runner. 100%.
Sabby.
You're a
Sabby.
full-blown runner,
yeah,
aren't
yeah.
you, Sabby?
Savvy on that get money train, bro. She ain't got time for us.
Yeah. You found the wrong group that made the right money, didn't you? You found the wrong group with the right money, didn't you, Sabby? That's a sad thing to happen. It actually is.
So she got appearances that keep her social circle tight.
But she's always welcome. You're always welcome, Sabby Sabs. Truly. Everyone is always welcome. Unless you put down dick pics. All right, here we go. Let's hit play. Here we go.
Not affected or impacted the way that they were in the beginning
Harrison's like
of all
trying to
of
like
this,
edge the
which
border
means
there.
that it is
Pause.
becoming normalized. And that is what I fear. And I feel like the only way to disrupt that normalization is a radical form of politic. And to me, that radicalism is not trying to engage with racist Zionists, is not trying to hear them out or hear their side of the point. I have watched multiple debates, whether it's been on Pierce Morgan, Jubilee, TYT, etc., where they have come on and they continue to spread lies just to say that
TYT, Jubilee, who the fuck? Come on.
Jubilee for the truth.
Hey, Jesse. Hey, Jordan.
Those are not drivers of conversation. Those are like followers of what's happening already. Sorry, but go ahead, Anthony.
Jesse and Jordan. Who did she have on today?
Scott Ritter. Yeah.
Let that sink in.
Someone had a weird, like, remember that weird comment?
She did not question him
from like
at all. She questioned him. Cornel West.
Dude, and
you see that weird comment from the fucking super chats? We're like, yeah, Sky ain't on the Epstein list, but someone else is, or some shit like that, right? I'm like, that's a weird fucking thing to say. Trump. Like, what are you saying?
The commenter said he's not on the list, unlike Donald J. Trump, something like that.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you saying with that? I mean, I didn't release the Jeremiah video because he kind of rage quit a bit. So, like, I'm not here to embarrass him or some shit like that, right? So I was like, okay, whatever. But Scott Ritter was brought up, and some of the weird shit with that guy, like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, why would we avoid that? For the sake of love for other people, for the love of Scott as a human being, right? Like, you're a person. I love you as a human being. Thus, when you fuck up, I understand. Like, I can look at that. But let's like actually. Like, why are we hiding from this thing? Why are we doing that? What is that? I don't fucking know. It's a weird, like, little seeming like business thing they're doing. It seems like.
That's a great point though, because it's like it's fucked up to say, but Sabby, why are you going down this road here? But you have one of the most problematic people I've ever seen in this space. And he says things that have nothing to do with his past that are problematic. He says political arguments that are like super problematic, very, very optimistic when there's no optimism to be found. And I've seen this woman on many occasions say nothing. Yeah. And on top of that, they have a questionable personal history.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, what are you here for? Too many times I've watched Sabby. I've watched Sabby do a show. Watch her have a guest, and I'm like, yo, you add nothing. You're a cheerleader. You're basically here to cheerlead whoever's on your show, unless it's something like this.
You don't have to be academically smart. Just be real. That's it.
Yeah,
Just be real about it. Come on.
It's not like there's being cordial, then there's being like super fake. Like I'm seeing a fake person manifest itself.
No offense, Sabby West.
And
I can't fight what Anthony's saying right now. Sorry, Sabby. I can't fight it.
And you can't discount the identity. You can't discount the fans. You can't discount like how she's perceived and how she plays off that perception.
Yeah.
Because all those things count. They're all cooked in.
Listen,
yeah. And with Cornel West, like he's talking about like real human topics. It's like, I disagree.
Explained it well too.
Oh, and that's another
she's
thing.
disagreeing with him. Now,
yes, Jesse, yes.
On the other topic today with
Nothing.
Ritter,
Nothing.
There was no disagreement. He was basically like an authority in what he was like. You just listen to him. He's the teacher teaching. Like there's no pushback. Now his positions are just actually he said today there was no disagreement in that he has no power to negotiate like this Ritter telling today.
Yeah.
Who has the power to negotiate? He cannot give back land. He can't do nothing. His hands are tied. Like basically, the land he took
they're not out here anymore.
The land is not his to give.
And think about it. You said it. You guys said it. Cornel's coming here on some real shit, some real personal shit. Sabby has nothing for him. Well, it's not nothing. She's trying. She's actually giving a fight. This guy, and then you see that juxtaposed to today or yesterday. She's talking to Scott Ritter, and then you have to question, why is she treating Scott Ritter this way? While he's like, and it's like, yo,
you can ask Jimmy Dore that too, huh? You can ask him that.
Yes, but I will make the distinction. Somewhere down the line, Jimmy's willing to put his chin on the line for what he and Scott were saying. This chick is like, yeah, this is good for my channel. This is good for my brand, and I'm gonna let this guy do his spiel. And if I have anything to add, it's for him to keep rambling and keep talking. She's rolling the red carpet out for him. Yet Cornel's talking to her about Cornel's talking about the same thing. Cornel's talking about something, and she has to smash his argument because it's on brand for her brand, her fucking moneymaker to do that.
You're making me not be able to stand YouTube, Anthony. When you're saying
she is making calculations. Is she not making calculations?
Well, actually, it goes further with this specific topic about how Palestinians are basically getting crushed and civilians getting killed. We've heard. I know that Ritter keeps getting brought on as like on the peace side,
the military expert.
But we've heard him argue that Russia, like the best strategy or the best thing that can happen is that he crushes Ukraine as quickly as possible.
Liquefy the Nazis. Heard him say that.
Completely wipe them out as quickly as possible. And the sooner that happens, the better. We've heard that.
Send them to hell.
Yeah, and so, which we knew is not only civilians, we knew that civilians are also getting drafted, and basically those, like they were forced to fight. And then, people getting bombed. So the same kind of thing that he's advocated for very similar type of situation, which today we have to shun people for. But it blows my mind how you don't see.
Well, we suck at this, dude. We suck at this, Jesse. we don't be so human about things, right? Like like once again, no offense to Sky, right? Like, but the idea, like the pedophilia fucking idea with that guy, it's like with me. Well, I'm not bragging about me, but it's like I wouldn't treat you as like some sort of piece of shit because of whatever scenario. I'd treat you like straight up as a person. You talk to me as you. You're safe here to do that. It's just he
He
may be
canceled you,
so
Jordan.
afraid
Yeah.
of that idea that he can't actually like honestly engage with people, possibly because of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying with that?
No.
It's just like there's no real, actual, organic, real engagement with other people. Like it's bullshit. It's fake on its face. It really is fake looking. And even though I'm not the biggest fan of Cornel West and his ideas, like I I like a lot of things he says. Some things I don't like what he says. I don't agree with him on it. At the same time, it's like when I hear this guy talk, it feels like he would actually like, yeah, I'll engage. I'll let you be you. I'll be me. We'll see what happens. Which is all you fucking need, right? I'll be me. You be you, and that's all you need. Actually, in actual reality. But instead,
Yep.
we do this dance in this little like political game, and then they accuse, oh my God, the Democratic Party is lying about this guy. It's like, well, what do you expect? You're doing it too, you dummies. Like you're doing the same fucking thing they're doing. It's like, what are we doing at that point? It means nothing then. At that point, it actually does mean nothing at that point because there's no like real substance, real groundedness, real opinions, real arguments. It's all you playing on a fucking team for some reason.
Oh, you know what? It's a
And it kills
calculation.
it. It kills it though, right?
There are
It's roundup for
mimicking.
arguments. It's roundup for fucking
Yes,
politics. It really is.
they're mimicking what they're chasing. They're mimicking the algorithm. They are in real
It's
time
fucking weird.
creating an algorithm that they are also trying to chase in real time.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're making the simulation that they're also complaining about and also coexisting in. Yeah, but it's a play on us, the audience. We're the simulation they're playing on, while they speak of the simulation that they live in,
Dude,
which we also live in as well.
dude, it's exactly like that. I made a video where I'm like, yo, saying free Palestine does not make you some sort of like hero or
Yes,
revolutionary or some shit like that. It's the same
yes.
fucking phenomenon. They're repeating
Saying
it.
Malcolm, yeah, saying Malcolm was right does not make you a revolutionary.
Yeah, it's like you don't think like thinking people can see that shit, guys? Is that what you're telling us? You think we're stupid
Apparently
for
not.
this?
Apparently, a lot
Like,
are.
come on. She's bringing no
Well,
arguments to Cornel West. She's like, listen, my sister, what the fuck are you saying? That's what he's doing, actually. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
yeah,
You
yeah.
outflanked Cornel West, who's been
On
doing
what?
more political fucking, what's the word, activism shit than you've been alive for? Maybe your time is done. That's what Sabby Sabs is saying. That's what the Nick Fuckface was saying. Same thing. Maybe your time is done. Peace and love had its time. Now it's our turn, right?
Our turn.
It's our turn
Yeah.
now. Like, what the fuck does that mean? What's your turn
Really?
mean?
That
Yes,
Only
was
di-
it. That was
only
it.
different. Yeah.
Sabby said that. She said that in this fucking video. She said that, and the Nick guy actually like I don't know if he repeated it or he gave her the fucking answer. Either
Oh, son.
way, they're saying the same thing. Either way.
Only difference is when it was Cornell's time, he was in the trenches. When it's your time, you're sending us to the trenches.
Exactly. And it's not me.
You're giving.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you're giving orders from a high tower.
Yeah. And it's not me like fully buying into what Cornell says as like an answer. It's just saying like the thing that you're claiming you're doing now, this guy did for 40 fucking years before you.
Really done.
That's
Mm.
crazy, right?
Really done.
It makes no sense. I
Yeah.
don't get it.
Yep.
It's actually batshit
Yep.
crazy to me. But here we are, 2025, where we're at.
Dude, it's like, well, it's also context. It's that, yeah, Cornell has done some things we would disagree with.
Yeah.
But what do you know? He's an open book. You don't know shit about Sabby. You don't know shit about Socials MMA. These guys got fucking computer triggers, bro.
I have no idea.
Computers computing, bro. You don't know nothing about these people.
Computers. I have no idea what this woman believes. I have no idea. No actual idea. Cornel West, I feel like I have like an actual, like a little bit of understanding and like kind of groundedness to it.
He's
Her?
tough out
What the
there.
fuck
Yeah.
is she saying through all this?
He is
No
putting
idea.
himself. He has reached levels she will never reach, and he's still trying to do the work. When have you seen her do that? When have you seen her roll up her sleeves and put the work in? Like, be like, yo, I'm about this. You know, I'm about this.
Honest to God, they might change words around, but they're gonna have to like shun him too, or me, like someone like me. Like I might have to actually be like shunned, as in like, because you guys are making, you guys are like, your arguments are against what we're doing, so thus you might need to be like pushed aside. That might actually actually happen. Not saying me personally, because I'm a nobody. But Cornel, it could happen to him. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way. You're either with us or you're against us. Get the fuck out of the way. No different than when Kyle's telling motherfuckers, yo, you're not with us on this shit. Get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's telling Nick Fuentes, get the fuck out of the way. You're not. That's a different context, I understand, but that's the same sentiment. Get the fuck out of the way. You don't fucking like JD Vance. Get the fuck out of the way.
I beg the audience to look up what Anthony just said right there. Go look at it yourself. I beg you to. Like, honestly, go look that up. About Kyle saying certain things, like, yeah. Listen, it's time now to, like, if you ain't with us, you're against us. Get the fuck out of the way. And other scenarios. But I remember, like, Kyle, like, very, kind of, like, very distinctly saying that, right?
Ironically, what was he talking about? Justice Dems. Where that shit's in the fucking 6 feet under, dude.
And he said that in the past. He said it in the more recent time period.
Yes, he's saying that shit today, bro.
That should be worrying, but in this climate of politics, maybe not. Maybe it works.
Like Carlito, like, you lost, motherfucker.
All right, here we go. Let's play more of this. For me, I think people know where I stand. I think you know where everyone else stands here. People have said their opinions already, but we're here anyways. Sabby.
That's how you beat your.
Sabby.
Oh my bad.
No, good. No, good.
No, like that's how you beat your 30 years. I just say that. You say shit. That's how you beat your 30 years. Sell out your friends. You lost, motherfucker.
Hey, people. I mean, like, what do you want us to say for this? What should be the actual arguments here? I beg you to, like, if you have something, please say it. I'm sure it's about like pausing the video too many times or something like that instead of like actual arguments. But please make an actual argument in the case of Sabby Sabs if you're mad at what we're saying. That's all I beg for.
To shun or not to shun? I mean, this woman is scandalous.
Like, yo, put the fucking topic in your fucking title. What the fuck are you doing? Unless you're trolling or whatever, fine. But if you're not trolling, like, put the fucking shit in the title. What's the actual arguments being said? Because you're not listening to what Cornel is saying. Not that I'm saying like, I agree with every fucking word that Cornel West said. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, put up a fucking argument against what he's saying. There's actually a portion in here where it's like, he's like, how the fuck do you argue against that? What the fuck? He didn't curse, but he's like saying, like, yo, what the hell? All right, here we go.
Hey, we're in the right here. They continue to lie and lie and lie. So that is what I'm saying. And I'm also curious, if you had the opportunity to talk to Sister Soldier again, would you be interested in doing that?
No shit.
Oh my god.
No fucking
Oh
shit.
my god.
It's no shit, right? He just said, "I'll talk
That's
to
his
anyone.
whole
Like, I'm open."
point. Yes. That's the whole point.
What the fuck?
You're the idiot that doesn't want to talk to people. This guy got berated by her. He's like, yeah, immediately, yeah. Like, come on now.
What did Cornel say? He said, "Well, I disagree with them, but at the same time, like, they're humans, so thus they have the chance to change." Once again, not even
Apparently
agreeing
not.
with Cornel West's like assessment of like what is good or bad. I'm just saying, like, according to his own philosophy of things, maybe they change if you talk to them. And she's like, "Are you willing to talk to this person?" Like,
Yeah.
yes,
Just showed that she
yes,
hadn't been listening
obviously.
to him.
That's what I've been arguing this whole time.
Just misses.
Damn,
Like, just whiffs
it's like
on
she's
it.
not listening. It's like she's not listening to what the fuck he's saying.
She's not fucking listening. Let's be honest. I think she has pre-prepped fucking questions and even answers maybe for whatever Cornel West says.
You know what? I mean,
Let's
you
be
know what?
honest.
She has to stop putting so much makeup on. She's got to listen more. She got to
You saying
do
brother
what
and sister? He does that 24/7. I've never heard him
yeah.
not do that. Honestly,
What is this, sister? What is this, Sister Sabby?
fuck.
Hey, come on.
I've listened to his lectures. He does that. Hey, you, right there. Yeah, young brother. He's talking to like some Indian guy, or some white guy, or some black guy. It doesn't matter. He says brother. He says sister. Straight up.
Like,
He
you know
does.
what's crazy?
That's his
You know
thing.
what's crazy though?
What are we doing?
Remember when he said, "Yo," she said, "This is the craziest part to me." He told her, "I speak in jail." Sabby would never do that. She told him. She told him. Chris Small risked his life and did a flotilla. I know for a fact Sabby could put more resources than Chris Small did by herself. She would never do that. She would never go over there. It didn't matter that you're like, yo, Sabby, you're gonna get a million views per. She wouldn't do it. She don't got the guts to do that shit. But she's out like, bro, like, what the fuck is this woman? Like, yo, you ain't. Oh, oppressed people. Yo, Abby Martin, you can't sniff
Abby
her
Martin. She's not
panties.
Abby Martin. Yeah, she's not
You
Abby
can't
Martin.
sniff.
Fuck outta here.
You can't sniff Eva Bartlett's farts, dude. Like you're not these people, and these people aren't oppressed. I understand. There's like a context of, oh, the skin color makes them feel safer. I'm like, dude, that means nothing.
Yeah.
These people walk down alleys you would throw someone else into. You'd throw someone down a cliff to go down before you do that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry,
Like, get the
Sabby.
fuck out of here,
I
dude.
see
That's
nothing
not
of you like that.
it's
Sorry,
not an
Sabby.
argument for you, dude. It's not an argument that you can give. I'm not even trying to make a materialist argument. Just saying, dude. Like, yo, you are a coward. In my opinion, you are a coward. There is no bravery in you. You don't have that streak in you. You don't have a brave streak in you. Nothing you do is brave.
I'll be
Can you
real.
play a fucking video? She get copyrighted, dude. Like, I'm going back to that. Like, you can't play a fucking video. Wow, you're gonna miss out on what, $300 for the video? What, you get 30K or something like that?
Yeah, it's not banning, but by the way, YouTube watchers, it's not banning that she's worried about. It's money she's worried about in
Money,
that
dude. Like,
scenario.
you're a fucking coward.
You're not gonna risk it all
Yeah,
for
come
Cornel
on.
West? Like, come on.
How much money? How much money is it, dude?
I
To like,
don't know.
She's making
can't
good
be that much.
coin, but it's like, bruh, like,
Do you
For
see
that
the
one
fuck?
video?
Do you see the
come
fucking
on,
name
dude.
scrolling across the screen, bro? She's gonna make enough money. She's good.
Yeah, dude.
She's good.
Yeah,
chilling.
dude. She's making a couple grand a month just from them.
She's fine. Trust me.
Just from them, those people on the bottom of her screen. Just from them, she's making enough to live.
Well, we'll see
You
what
know,
happens because I
it's
just
like,
played the video.
yo,
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, yo, what
I'm
did we just
monetized now.
talk
Let's see what
about?
happens if I play this video.
What did we just talk about, dude? Yo, what? But yo, for real, like on some real shit. What did we just? Human to human. You're telling Jesse how it works, and you're like, yo, YouTube will give you. Yeah, yo, you can't stream this just to make a point to this guy. Just make a point to Cornell. Like, yo, Cornell, look what she said. And then if you want to like scrub it, you scrub it and put like a disclaimer, like, oh, I
Exactly.
had to
Oh,
take
yes.
this off.
Exactly.
You can't
You
even
can do
do
that.
that.
You
You
can do
can't
that.
even do that. You can't even just in the moment. Like this is beyond telegraphed. Like you're a coward. You're a. I'm not gonna say you're a piece of shit, but
It's
you're
money.
buddy in the line. You're mid. Yeah, you're on the line. You're buddy in the lines of not a decent person.
It's, dude. Listen, I watch like gamers quite a bit on YouTube, right? And I see them do things like that, right? But I like they're gamers. They're not saying anything about the world. They're just like, listen, I want
Yeah,
to make my
there's
money.
no. Yeah.
They make it very blatant. They're here for money
It's
when they're saying
transparent.
these
It's
things.
transparent. Yeah, and they're trying to have
Yes.
fun. They're trying to make money. They're being entertainers. Guess what? That's what Sabby's doing. She's an entertainer. She's
Yeah.
entertaining her fan base, giving them headlines she reads on Twitter every day, or someone is feeding her from Twitter, from wherever,
But
and
the
talk
context
and
is
she's
weird though,
yeah she's
man.
monetizing it, dude. She's monetizing pain, suffering, real circumstances, real people being put in harm's way, and she'll never do that for you. She'll never do that for the people she's played it for. Telling you, oh, this is like a service. Like, fuck you. That's what she's telling you. She's looking at all her fans like, fuck you, and pay me. Pay me for me to symbolic up
It's
and tell you, fuck you.
it's a little weird because these guys claim that they're not CNN or MSNBC or Fox or whatever the fuck. Right? I remember I did a live stream of a debate of like a primary debate, I think it was, right, on CNN, and
Yeah,
I got clipped. I got banned for 90
yeah,
days for doing that. Right?
yeah.
And I'm like, Sabby's not even risking something like that. And with her video,
No,
it's straight up about like,
no.
do I get paid or not? I wasn't monetized when
Yeah,
I did that too, either. By the way, I was just like, okay. I thought it was for something else, but either way, it's like, okay, it's the debates, all right? AKA, America should hear this because it's their potential president,
mm,
right? So, like,
yeah,
thus, that should be open for everyone. But they had a paywall for it. A paywall. It's like, yo, fuck you. Then I see
yeah,
Sabby doing this, where it's like,
yeah.
wait a minute. You can. What the fuck? Your whole point is I won't get whatever amount of money for a fucking video? How many
She'll never
views?
tell them that. She'll never tell them that. She said
2.8 thousand views? You did that for that? Come
she was
on.
very
That's
well. It's a
cheap,
live stream.
bro. That's
It's
cheap.
a live stream. It depends what that live stream was way higher than 2.8. I'm telling you right now. Her live stream for that
Oh,
shit had to
okay.
be
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
50,000 probably.
But you could do that with, like, okay. When YouTube evolved, right? I covered a video of Abby Martin talking to Joe Rogan. It was his podcast, right? And when I played it, YouTube shut the fucking stream down. But as soon as I stopped playing the fucking video, they let the stream come back up. All right, so I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay, I get how it works now.
dude, are you kidding me?
Yes, that happened.
You no. And you expect her to do that?
No, I don't. Well, no, yeah, I'm not going there. I'm just saying, like, there
She
are
ain't about to
like
lose that.
blatant evidence of like how the fucking thing works. It's pretty blatant how it works.
Oh yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. And it's like, are you not picking up on that, Sabby? Of course she
She
is.
don't give a
Of course
fuck.
she is.
Yeah, she don't give a fuck.
Which means you're doing some gamer shit. You're doing Tim the fucking Tatman. Like looking for like, oh my god, is there music in here? I can't play this. I can't do this. Not because of getting banned or blocked or hidden or shadow banned, but because of I won't make money on this video of all these viewers that I gathered here today. I won't make money on it, so like I can't like allow this to be happening with music or images or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I just saw Sabby do the same fucking shit in this video. In the live stream on Sunday, I saw that happen. Like, yo, what are you doing? Revolution what? What fucking revolution? Against
That'll be
against
monetized.
who? Against who?
My pockets.
Yeah. Fuck out of here. All right,
Like,
let's.
dude, come on, dude. Come on, bro. This shit is like, how fake can you be, and how dumb can you be to not see how fake she is?
Well, sorry to show how the pause how the sausage is made. Yeah. Sorry to say so, but like that's the case. Like actually, anyone asking about like content creation and like what is allowed and what not, please ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Everything I know. Now, granted, I'm a smaller channel, so thus maybe I get away with certain things, possibly. Right? Maybe the COVID thing was me being like a nobody, so thus when I make videos about it or I do live streams about it, maybe I get away with it. Right? Maybe. I'll leave room for that. Right? That's possible. But please, I beg you to ask me questions about like what does YouTube uploading look like? What does YouTube live streams look like? I'll do my best to tell you exactly how it fucking works, as far as I've seen. And yes, you can get away with quite a bit, Jimmy Dore. I can't do this. I can't do this right now.
I made me a rubber. Fucking.
I can't do this topic. Yeah, okay. Someone asked me.
Let's start a rebel, guys.
I'll try my best to show you what I'm talking about. You want to ask, but all right, let's keep playing. It's just it's bullshit off rep. Here we go.
Curious, if you had the opportunity to talk to Sister Soldier again, would you be interested in doing that?
Oh my God, yeah, she's my dear sister. I've written blurbs for her books. I run into her. We have wonderful conversations. She's
I talked to her last week. What the fuck are you talking about?
She was with Public Enemy at that time, and even after we had that dialogue, we had one. So no, she. The thing is, when you're part of the same community of struggle, when you're part of the same resistance with a variety of different voices and viewpoints,
I get shit on for being this dumb.
You have a connection. It cuts different. It's like yourself and myself. You see, when I say sister to you, it's not just in that Christian sense, but it's comrade, which is much deeper, right? Because what comrade means you're part of the same resistance movement, even as you have disagreements. That's where it is with me and being Sister Soldier for 30-some years. And she's been strong, very, very strong. And we still have our disagreements, but we got some very deep commonalities in terms of our willingness to sacrifice. But even when you say with Martin saying, well, he's peaceful, want to meet in the room, the brother goes to jail for 31 times and he dies at 39. That doesn't sound like he's just going into rooms and meeting with folk and engaging with folk because he refuses to shut. That's not kumbaya at all. That's a love of the people that is based on a witness that has a different kind of twist, no doubt, than, let's say, a Frantz Fanon. See, Frantz Fanon say, come on, Martin. You not only just pull out your gun, but let's start shooting. Martin say, I understand why. I note, in fact, that you have a context that is qualitatively different than the Ku Klux Klan or the IDF or American Army vis-a-vis the Vietnamese and so forth. No doubt about that. But that doesn't mean you push Martin out of the movement just because he's willing to go to jail 31 times and be assassinated, and yet he's a pacifist. We just have a disagreement with the pacifism. But the underlying love he has for the people is what brings folk together. And that's why when you mention Sister Soldier,
she doesn't give a fuck, does she?
She
actually care.
Good gosh, she's my comrade and will always be my
Sabby,
sister.
do you actually care about this?
And that's true for you as well, even though we got our disagreements now. Ain't no doubt about that. But my respect for you is still untarnished because I know your love is real.
Mine is lost for her. No offense.
There's some people
her and her fucking
who
teammates.
say some of the things that you say who are really not for real. They're just playing a game.
Yeah, not for real, huh?
And those are the ones that I distinguish between you and some of the others.
Oh, okay.
And so when I bring critique to bear on some of the progressives that are not consistent enough to follow through on talking about genocide, follow through and talking about black people mass incarcerated, follow through on the vicious attacks on black folk taking place. You say, hey, wait a minute. I was reading the New Yorker just the other day with Brother Remnick, who's the editor, been editor for 20-some years. And he talks about those groups that are targeted by the Trump administration. Doesn't even mention black people. You got media executives, universities, librarians. Yes, we want to defend all of those. But this is an attack on black folk, white supremacist legacy. The legacy of white supremacy is operating intensely under this version of American fascism under Trump. And where's the stress on the attack on black people? Not only that, where's the stress on the black voices that are resisting? If somebody were to write a mainstream history of resistance to Trump, there would hardly even be any black voices, because the very framework itself is already too narrow and racist. You got a lot of black voices out there that are resisting. Your voices and others, are they given prominence? No. What we've been trying to do with Tavis's show in 1580, we're talking about genocide all the time. Are those voices accented? No. Why? Because the framework itself is so tied to corporate sensibilities, corporate profits, mainstream lens, and so forth and so on. So we have to fight on a number of different fronts. And in some ways, it goes back to where we started, which is Garvey saying, up you mighty folk, you can do what you will. Of course, we believe in solidarity, but it's got to be a real solidarity. It can't be window dressing.
Now, what's funny is Cornel, I think, would, no offense, Sabby, I think he'd like my shit more than you. Without knowing what I look like, I think he'd like my shit more than you. Being honest. Just being blatantly honest here. Anyways, here we go.
So then I guess, what would you say, because I know that Norm Finkelstein wrote a letter. I mean, what would you say about that conversation in particular?
Oh, I mean,
Do you feel as though we misunderstood?
I think so. And I think
Sabby.
Brother Norman
You
said the
did.
same thing too, that, you know, for him,
he did too.
He thought that
I heard him too.
The folk, they pick out certain 1 or 2 minutes, you know, it went on for 3 hours, and life is too short to hear me and Norm go for 3 hours. I understand that. But people pick out 2 minutes and don't say a mumbling word about the rest. They didn't say anything about my grandfather, right? Nobody knows about my grandfather, who picked up his gun when my mother's mother died on the steps of a hospital because the white supremacist hospital would not allow her, and had to do with a tooth that was falling out. She died right there on the steps. He was a deacon and missionary, Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, pulled his gun out looking for the folk. The church folk got him. They ran him out of town. And I told Norman, I said, now see, Big Daddy, Christian to the core, not a follower of Martin Luther King Jr. pacifism, he acted on what he believed. So when Norm,
authenticity, is that what we're looking for?
If you're willing to act on it, then it has an authenticity about it.
What a magical
There's
thing.
no doubt about it.
Wow.
He was telling the story about his mother. When they saw the person they thought who killed the folk in the concentration camp, the Nazi concentration camp. And I turned to him and I said, so what did you do? Granddad got his gun. The granddad would be the first to say, nah, I'm not sure I was being fully Christian, but I think I could have been Christian, but I was being human. That was my wife, and your mother, Cornel, was 2 years old when she died. I have a respect for Big Daddy, even if I disagree with a particular strategy that he might have at that moment, as did most of the folk in the church. If it were to happen to me, shoot, I'd probably get my gun too. I'm a human being. I believe in self-defense, but that doesn't mean that I believe either in a kumbaya strategy and I'm violating, or it doesn't mean that I want to justify hatred. I can hate the sin and try to stay in contact with the humanity of the sinner, because the sinner can change. Because you can have folk coming out of Israel who have been brainwashed, and as they get de-gangsterized and find out truths, they reject Zionism and become strugglers, fighters for freedom as Israelis. You know stories about that as well, right? That's a human thing. People do change, but change if that sort is not a political strategy, is not a political strategy, but it is a reality in the lives of people.
But I think there's a
But
difference between
anyways.
sinning and genocide. There's no remorse there.
Like, bring your fucking ABC school book, dumb fuck, childish fucking sense of things. But, genocide and sin. Say, good luck. Good luck, Sabby. Here we go.
In the lives of people.
God, embarrassing.
He just talked about his own
But I
family.
think there's a difference between
like direct experience, right?
Don't worry, she knows better because Peace and Love tried it, it failed. Well, like, we tried that. It didn't work. Did peace and love, like, reign throughout the world? Is that what you're saying? That didn't fucking happen. Yes, slogans saying, like, Coke says I love you on their fucking cans. That means nothing in regards to actual, like, change about, like, actually behaving, like, peacefully and lovingly. Two different scenarios, two different worlds. But Sabby's not thinking that deep. Let's be honest. She banned herself from there. There we go.
Of people.
But I think there's a difference between sinning and genocide. There's no remorse there. There's no remorse with the babies, the kids that are being blown up, killed, starved to death. There's no remorse.
But it's
No. Wait, Sabby, who are they? Who are you talking about? Who? There's no remorse. With who? With who? Give me names. Give me all of it, Sabby, that you know. Please. She can't do that, though. She's following a tagline and not an actual, like, assessment or declaration of assessment. She's not actually following that. It's straight up shit she's borrowing from other people, which is boring and dumb. It's dumb, Sabby. Sorry. Good luck to you, though. Here we go. Good luck.
But I think there's a difference between sinning and genocide. There's no remorse there. There's no remorse with the babies,
Which is also
the
wrong in a
kids
Christian
that are being
context. It's
blown
wrong.
up, killed, starved to death. There's no remorse.
But we black folk have had the same thing done to us. We've been dealing with genocide-like conditions for 400 years, my dear sister. It's not like this is new for the black freedom struggle at all. And sin, it depends on how you define sin. Sin is not just a personal offense. Sin is greed and hatred conjoined in order to thoroughly crush precious human beings. And that's what white supremacy has been. That's why white supremacy is an integral part of fascism, not just in the United States, but the anti-Palestinian racism, fundamental core of
she's a faker.
Zionist practice. So I'm not sure how you juxtapose sin versus genocide.
They want the extermination of an entire group of people.
Which is a fucking sin, you dummy. Who is this fucking person? What are we doing? What the fuck is this? He's like, why are you juxtaposing these things next to each other? Like, yeah, murdering people en masse is a sin, according to Cornel West.
I don't think she was listening, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think she was. Yeah, I agree. I don't think she was.
I mean, he even said the hatred itself was...
Sounds like pre-planned fucking arguments. Pre-planned. Meaning oven-baked fucking microwave meal-ass, trash-ass fucking arguments. No substance. No person-to-person relation to this guy you're talking to. Just, I'm pre-prepared to say these things and make you look bad. It looks like actually kind of weird, Sabby, to be honest with you. Fucking bizarre. It really is.
I'm still even shocked that just a couple minutes ago he was talking about his own family members being denied. Was it like access to the hospital or something?
Yeah.
It's like, yo. And then he relates that we've been going through the genocidal that situation.
I think she's getting her
for a long
arguments from
time now.
dumbfuck Nick. Whatever it's like MMA, Socials MMA, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
I think she's getting her dumb fuck shit over there. But they have respect for her. They have respect for Cornel West, though. Do ya? Respect, but not, you don't care about his words he's saying out loud. No actual contemplation on what he's saying. Do ya?
I've seen him a few
Bullshit,
times.
motherfuckers, bro. You full of shit, idiots. You're full of shit. Once again, I've heard Cornel West for a number of years. And his arguments where he's like on the right side of history versus on the wrong side of history. I've heard his arguments. But guess what? The motherfucker's consistent. He is. Not saying I like what he's saying in certain cases, but it is consistent. Why is that crapped on like that? Because it's not politically effective? Well, guess what? If Jesus showed up tomorrow and started saying his words out loud, guess what? You fools would toss him to the fucking dirt. You would. Once again, I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to be like religious. It's just the idea of like, imagine the most moral person on planet Earth showed up one day and then like said words out loud. These dummies, these political dummies, would toss him to the fucking dirt. They would. In my humble opinion. They fucking would. Meaning that everything they're doing right now is for nothing. It's for bullshit. Fuck. If the guy showed up, they'd fucking not do anything about it. If Malcolm showed up, they're like, fuck, who the fuck are you? You're looking for like a goatee and a haircut style. Then they'd be like, oh yeah, that is Malcolm. Look at that. Without that, you're like, who the fuck are you? I don't believe you. Fuck you. Get away from me. It's not based on character. It's based on their own little like kind of pseudo-intellectual aesthetics of things. It's actually bullshit. It's bullshit. Here we go. Say more. There is a moment still coming up where he says a whole thing, and she's like, yeah, I don't agree with you. He's like, how do you disagree with that? He's confused. He's like, wait a minute. Are you listening to what the fuck I'm saying? Here we go.
Juxtaposing sin versus genocide.
They want the extermination of an entire group of people.
Yes, that's true. That is sin on steroids. That's right. I mean, theologically speaking, that's sin on steroids. Absolutely.
But this is why I say, so do you think that Palestinian Americans should engage with Zionists? Do you think they should be open to that conversation?
You mean just any kind of conversation anywhere?
Well, in the same respect, the conversation that you and Norm Finkelstein had, do you think that Palestinian Americans should engage with Zionists?
I think Palestinian Americans ought to make their own choices in terms of how they pursue their self-determination and self-defense and self-respect, so that some will choose to engage in conversations with Zionists. I'm sure some will. Some won't. That's fine, but that's not my fundamental focus. My focus right now is, how do you stop the genocide? And you stop the genocide by telling the truth and trying to convince people to be courageous enough to organize and bring power and pressure to bear for the genocide taking place.
So I don't think that Palestinian Americans should engage with Zionists.
But
I don't
you,
think they-
but you and I don't need to be telling Palestinians what to do, though.
that's true. That's true. That is true. But
They coming to me. Somebody telling me, well, as a black man, you don't need to be engaging with talk with white folk. Hey, I'm a free black man. I might agree with you, but that ain't a proper way of talking to me. You know what I mean? You a free black woman thinking for yourself.
right.
Yeah, even she brushed that off, right? Hey, you're a free black woman to say whatever the fuck you want. She's like, yeah, right. Anyways, like, exactly. My point exactly. Her answer to that is just incredible. She's like, yeah, whatever. Like, what does that mean to be free? Idiot. You fucking dummy. It's like you're working hard to be oppositional instead of like hearing what you hear and going along, like hearing what you hear and just like making an actual like real-time argument about the thing you're hearing. Is that bad for views or something, for content creation? Like, what's your reasoning for this? There we go. Okay, I guess she conceded on another point, I guess. Here we go.
You a free black woman thinking for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Sure.
If someone were to ask me, I would say, well, no.
But I
not.
understand. I mean, I thoroughly understand. But what I don't want is this. I know I don't want to go on and on in this, but I just don't want these kinds of things to get in the way of the things that you and I and many, many others have in common that are much more important at this fascist moment as we try to generate different forms of resistance. That's the important thing. So that kind of truth.
Yo, Cornel, good luck. Team up with this motherfucker, bro. Good luck. Good luck. A selfless person, someone who doesn't know who the fuck they are, it doesn't know why they're doing what they're doing. Good luck, Cornel. But that would actually be a critique I have of this guy, of Cornel West.
Selfless?
Selfless in the sense of you have no sense of self, actually. No real version of that.
Okay.
It's you are what the world tells you are. Meaning, like, useless. You're fucking useless at that point, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because if I introduce a new psychological conditioning factor, you will move towards that. Easy. Whatever. Easy is easy go. All right, here we go.
Seeking and truth telling you're talking about, and justice seeking that you're talking about, when they come together in a powerful way. When we have disagreements about this particular strategy of a shunning X and a shunning Y. See, you can't allow your foes or your enemies ever to be your major focus, or when you become parasites on their host.
Can't allow yourself to have enemies. I'll outflank you, Cornel. Can't allow yourself to have enemies, period. If they're that stupid, are they enemies? Are they adversaries? They're fucking dummies over there at the kids' table, screaming from over there. Make dumb ideas be dumb ideas. That's my personal take on things. Fuck. Enemies? No enemies needed, bro. Enemies is some sort of idea out there where I'm like, you're trash. Go over there. I don't want to see you. Bye. That's what enemies are. But people are complicated. Yes. Hey, man, I believe in this idea or that idea. Okay. If I say this argument, are you going to run away? I bet you will. Watch this. I say my argument, they usually run for their fucking lives. For their egotistical lives. That is. But I'm going nowhere. Enemy? You're not good enough to be a fucking enemy. I don't see your horns. I don't see your fucking tail. You're not good enough to be a fucking enemy. Sorry. You're some guy. Some political leader. some fuckface on YouTube, whatever. You're not an enemy. Earn your shit. In my opinion, that's how righteous people should be fucking going about things. Honestly. Oh my god, this kid on my college campus, he said this. So? Engage if you want to. Don't engage if you don't want to. Pretty simple. Not hard. Pause. I just heard myself in your fucking... I heard myself in your fucking sound thing. I was like, it's not hard. I heard that. I'm like, all right, yeah. Pause. Pause for that. Either way, it's like, why are the people that are claimed to be good people flinching so hard at what bad people, not bad people, but like bad actions that exist? Why are we flinching at that? We outflank them. They're lesser. The bad ideas are lesser. Not people. The ideas are lesser. So fuck those things, bro. They're trash. I'm not flinching at that shit. Enemies. No such fucking thing. Doesn't exist in my world. Sorry. Do people exist? Yes. Do people with bad ideas exist? Yeah, that exists too. For sure. But the idea is the fucking enemy. Not them. The ideas. They suck. They're terrible. They deserve to get fucking stomped out and shit on. In my humble opinion. But not the person. That's different. They're fucking family. Believe it or not. As crazy as that is. They are fucking family. It is what it is. But their ideas, dog shit. It's pretty simple to me. Thus, there is no enemy needed at all in any of this. Anyways, let's continue. Here we go.
What we focus on primarily is how do we galvanize and mobilize the courage, integrity, love, determination, organization of hated, terrorized, and traumatized people. That is what you focus on. And that's a whole lot to focus on. You know that. You've been doing that for a long time.
She has not been,
now.
Cornel.
No.
Cornel, you're being nice, but she's not been doing that as far as what I've seen. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't seen enough of Sabby Sabs, but I don't believe that for a fucking second. Based on these answers in this video alone. On the YouTube content, copyright, fucking, what's it called? Copyright policy. On that alone. Like, nah, I don't believe that, Cornel. Sorry. Quote unquote ally is a different word for me. No one's an enemy to me. But ally is very specialized. I do use that word, but it's very, 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 very specialized. Once again, I refer to Gordon Ramsay. Go bring him some raw fish and see what happens. Like, what the fuck is this? It's fucking raw, you idiot! You fucking donkey. Right? Now he's saying that because he wants good cooked fish. And if you do that, he'll say, oh, perfect. Perfectly cooked. Love that. But if you fuck up, you fucked up. And guess what? You should call yourself, like, before you bring that shit to him, you should already know that shit already. That's what I'm saying. How dare you bring this to me? You didn't realize it was fucking raw in the first place? Who the fuck are you? That's what I'm saying. But anyways, let's continue. Here we go.
No doubt about that. And so when it comes to, well, are you going to engage with wife, or you going to engage with the Zionists? You going to engage with patriarchs? You going to engage with homophobes? Well, different people might have different ways in which they're going about it. But most importantly,
don't
they're
come to
coming
me.
together
I won't be
to
nice
fight
as
against
Cornel
these
is.
evils. That's the crucial thing. Does that
Dr.
make
West,
sense to you?
I,
Does it make sense?
I
Sabby?
disagree.
Oh, you
We'll
do.
just continue.
Oh,
We'll
you
just
still
agree to
disagree with that?
disagree.
You
We'll
still
just
disagree? You still
we'll just
disagree?
we'll just agree to disagree. I
Oh,
don't
this
know,
is cute for
Dr. West.
him.
Maybe
He's being cute with you, Sabby Sabs. He's like, oh, you still disagree. I just made an actual logical argument, and you're still like saying no to it. Okay, I'll giggle and laugh with you because I see how dumb you are, and I'm being nice with you. Just like some idiots, like, well, listen, man, I don't like niggers, but I like you, Cornel. You're all right. I like you, Cornel. Like, fuck, you don't realize how stupid that statement is that you just said out loud, but okay, I'll giggle with you. It's a sense of like trying to be nice to people. Sabby doesn't get it. Anyways, here we go.
I'm looking at it this way too, and I'm thinking, I wonder if maybe it's a generational thing. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I just
That is Nick's argument, by the way. Word for word, almost.
I just can't. I just can't. And the things that I have seen and the things that are still happening, I disagree with you on this particular point.
With no arguments, by the way.
And
Would you disagree that we need to make it a priority to focus on oppressed peoples and their resources and energies, as opposed to a strategy like shunning? You think a strategy like shunning is important enough to take us away from our priority of focusing on oppressed peoples?
I think it's an effective tool. I think it's an effective tool.
Okay. You said a tool that does empower oppressed people.
Right.
Yeah. Oh no, I got you. So in that sense, we are agreeing in terms of the priority. You just saying it's a tool that will reinforce the priority of energizing.
You're being too smart, Cornel.
So that shunning could be a way in which it enables, it strengthens oppressed. Oh no, okay, well that's. I'm glad we got. I knew we wrestled with this long enough. We need to get at this stuff, definitely. But I don't know if it's generation. It could be. It could be. You know, it could be. And I can tell you this too, that
he considered your argument.
I could be wrong. Now,
damn, he considered your argument and considered himself possibly wrong. Now, what's wrong with that, Sabby? Huh? Yo, Sabby, what's wrong with that? Well, yeah, I am right. Is that your argument, actually? What do you have for that, Sabby? He said, well, damn, maybe you're right about that, and maybe I'm wrong about this. What do you do with that, Sabby? To be honest with you, in history, they kill these type of guys. Not saying, well, not Cornel, exactly. But in history, it's seemingly they kill people that are like, wait a minute, there's a better way to do this. Let's do it this way. It's better. It actually like takes care of everyone. The entire society like looks after everyone. No one's left out. They kill those guys. Sabby. And Sabby thinks there's no it's because they're weak. I had to guess from her borrowed answers from other people. Her answer might be like, because they're weak. I kid you not. I could be wrong, which is fair enough. But I could be right, too. Here we go.
I believe in human fallibility. That I actually could be wrong. There are people of my own generation.
Shit. No, I can't. We're not wrong.
That would disagree with me as well. And I'm sure there's people of your generation who would disagree with you as well.
Your argument,
but it could be partly generational too. But most importantly, it's a matter of us being true to ourselves, because you have to be the strongest that you can be as Sister Sabby, love warrior, freedom fighter. I got to be true in terms of who I am as Brother West, and what's gone into the making of Sabby, what's gone into the making of Cornel is going to be similar and different at the same time.
All right, Dr. West, thank you so much for your time. Before you go.
Yeah, all right. Anyways, you have any Twitter? What's your Twitter handle? Cornel West. Can you plug that for us? Can you? You got a Rumble or a YouTube account? If you want to plug those channels, can you do that for us?
So, anything that you have coming up?
Oh yeah. Do you have a speaking tour? What do you got, Cornel? It's like she didn't hear what you just fucking said. Come on, Cornel. This is one of my main problems with Cornel West is that people like bullshit in front of him, and he doesn't like do anything about it. Now, I want to say like he's not even a pacifist according to him. I think I'd flank him on like being extra over empathetic about every little thing. I'm so empathetic. I might outflank Cornel West, actually. And I would not allow this shit to happen. Like, yo, Sabby, were you listening? Please paraphrase what I just said. Like, please, in your own words, please. What do you think about this? And watch the wheels spin. Watch them. Like a window screen loading. Watch the circle fucking spin. For Sabby. Like, watch it happen. Here we go.
Good God Almighty.
He wasn't even
That's a
thinking about
good
it.
question, though.
It's like, what am
if
what
people
am
want
I
to
doing?
hear what I have to say, they can hear me on Brother Tavis Smiley show every Monday and Thursday at the second hour. Radio talk show,
I used to watch that show
1580.
too,
For
by the
6
way.
months, I had this wonderful show with Nina Turner. We had a magnificent time together for 6 months. Did over
I don't know
100
Nina
shows.
as much. I know
And
Tavis
now that
Smiley,
I'm with Tavis just those 2 days of the week, we are hitting it hard, making a connection between the genocide in Gaza and the mass incarceration and unemployment and white supremacist attacks from the fascist administration of Trump in the United States, so that the domestic and the international is always interwoven. It could be with Haiti, it could be Sudan, it could
Sabby's
be with Gaza,
really hot though.
but
I
it
will say
also
that.
connects to what's happening on the ground with
Yo, chill the
poor
fuck
people,
out, dude.
with
She's hot
black
though. She is
people,
hot.
with working
Chill.
It is what it is. She's
All
a
right.
butthead.
Dr. West, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you for your time. Thanks, Cornel West. The guy who's been like politicizing before I was born. Thank you, Cornel. Anyways, you're wrong. Next. So where are you gonna be like appear at next? Like, come on, dude. Incredible. Hey, listen. Shout out to Sabby Sabs. Shout out to Sabby Sabs, and I mean, at least in this interview, saying nothing for a living. Congratulations, Sabby. You made it. But there's your video, Yellow Brick Road people. Please subscribe if you feel like. Please comment whether you agree, disagree about anything. Once again, it's kind of like a very much freeform video. It's almost 5 hours long, actually. Yeah, good luck. I mean, like, everything I said here, I can very much substantiate. Actually, for me, like, humbly, I could do that. Not saying I agree with everything that Cornel did, but I think there's something with Sabby where it's like, dude, join YellBro and hang out over here, man, to hear like more ideas, because you're probably sorry, you're stuck with canned corn. Actually, canned corn, canned green beans, canned everything. Come find some real like organic material to actually argue with and debate with and talk about. I beg you to. But if you saw this video, you wouldn't make it to this part of the video. It is what it is. All right? You wouldn't make it here. It is what it is. But yeah, commenters, please. If you love Cornel or Sabby Sabs, please make an argument. People usually don't, but be that special one that does. I beg you to. Don't forget to check out all the links in that very beautiful, very big, beautiful description box. Check them all out. Donate if you have to, if you want to. I mean, but you have to like actually read the stories and share them. You have to do that. Also, check out the Discord if you want to like talk with people, engage, argue, watch movies, wherever the fuck you want to do in that Discord. Please go ahead and do it. No giant, massive, no massive mandingo dicks. Mandingo dick pics in my fucking Discord. Please don't do that. I beg you not to. But everything else is very much welcome. Please go ahead. And with all that said, please give this video a very big thumbs down. Fucking hell.